Good day. Good day, everyone. Hello, hello. I'm late, but you know, why change the habit of a lifetime, right? We're here. Hello, hello. Hello, pretty cat. Right, let's just adjust the volume here because I messed a few things up from when I was doing Diablo. Of course, before we get started, we must bribe the cat. Yes, you might be able to hear her meowing her head off. What are you doing, cat? I was a little bit late because I was watching the Apple announcement. They've made very, very expensive snorkel goggles. If you haven't seen it, let's go see if we can find it. Look at it. They've made expensive snorkel goggles. They're so... It's like you're about to go scuba diving with a very expensive headset. It's basically their VR headset. It just costs you $3,500. Very, very cool, though. I mean, they're partnering with Unity, right? So there's a real potential you could play Raid Shadow Legends in, like, VR, which is kind of nutty when you really think about it. It's like the virtual reality headset. Yeah, let me see if I can get a link for it proper. It's expensive as hell, though. What is it called? I think it's Apple Virtual Pro. Yes, alright. Let's see if we can find it. Have they released their website page yet? Vision. There it is. Vision Pro. Basically a very expensive snorkel block. But I mean, it fully integrates with Unity, they're saying. So, you know, you could basically watch like Disney Plus within... Look at it. Watch like Disney Plus in VR. How crazy is that? You can make your own planetarium. It's got like apps into it. Kind of nuts, right? Look at it all. You can make virtual versions of yourself. But it's got Unity built into it, right? So it basically means any games that you've got that are Unity-based engines will be able to fully go into it, and you'll be able to play it, I guess. I don't know. But for $3,500, that price is going to have to come down a lot. I mean, I was expecting like $1,000, not $3,500. That's like crazy, crazy expensive, right? So, I mean, I will say, one more and that's it, you little pig. Just scrape my chair, thank you. Honestly. That's it. No more. No more. The game needs to be in VR. Well, speaking of which, it's because you need to buy their development pack, don't you? So that they can develop the game. You've got 2 weeks to decide. I don't know why it's like this. I did find that ironic. But like, you know, I mean, for 3.5k, that headset needs to be like mind-blowing, and I don't think it's that far. But I mean, as I said, it integrates with Unity from the ground up. So if you have a Unity-based game, then it should be pretty simple to place into the game, because all the interactions you get in terms of like dragging, clicking, all of that should be automated within the platform. You just have to have the interaction with your finger. So when you tap that, you probably have a mouse pointer when you drag it around here, right? You'll be able to like target enemies. Those enemies will come flying at you. That would be pretty cool. I mean, they're going hard with offers in general. Look at this, right? I wouldn't say I'm anywhere near the Kraken tier, right? Hellhades has got his Searsha the Crowned. I'm at like 30, so there's no way that I'm anywhere near him. But look at the prices, minimum prices. $70, $40, $24, $80, $99. We don't even, this pack is awful. $99, like the prices are obscene. Like it's getting really bad. Like I don't know whether it's just an anniversary thing, but right now they are going absolute ham on the prices. I'm trying to forget Alexandru, the soul shards, the sacred shards. That never happened. That's the way I'm dealing with it. I never got sacred shards. I never pulled them. So Kaimar is a myth. I think it's VR, Dutchy. I think it's fully virtual reality with augment. Like, so when you put it on, it's like it puts you into a virtual reality world. This is true. At least I did get Ugo. I will be maxing up Ugo as a second Ugo. Where is she? She's down here somewhere. I partially ascended her. She's somewhere down here. There she is. I'll be maxing up the Ugo. 100%. I've already got a Skaramis, so it's not a thing. I still didn't get Creodon, the blue either. I was hoping I could pick up Creodon so I could at least do some finite content, but, you know, didn't get that. So yeah, I mean, that's awesome, Hershen. Didn't you get the 1 million silver? Fine. Maybe that's what I need to do. I need to pull the triple purple, right? So I get the 1 million silver, then pull the shards. So I did get one more sacred on a Sunday, but I figured I'd hold it for the fusion because we're probably going to need sacred shards for that, right? I haven't pulled these yet, and I'll explain why in tomorrow's video. That's what I'm saying. So today we need to do some Hydra. We'll probably do some live arena when it opens in 38 minutes, if I'm being honest. We got to do some of that. I might as well do some of this arena farming as well because I've got to do the tournament. So let's just go clear some of these out, get some tournament points. YST's in the house. How's it going? Maybe big pops. Maybe. Do you consider Farrakin and Skullcrusher for finite hard? Not really. I don't think Skullcrusher can do it. I think you need the Cardiel and the Valkyrie. Otherwise, you just die. You need the shield. It's too strong. Maybe for level 6, but I think level 6, you don't need to go the Valkyrie team. I think you can go freeze teams for that. I think you can do like stage 5 and stage 6 with freeze teams. It's just trying to optimize the speed tuning. It's something I want to have a look at when I get some time, but it's not time I have managed to do yet. So yeah, I have. Cool. I'm gonna do it tomorrow. I was 50-50 about it, but I feel like I have I feel like as it's being shared among some people, everyone should know about it. So that's my decision. Am I going for the new fusion? I'll do it. I don't necessarily think the new fusion is that crazy, but I will do it. You know, I'll just do it because I have to, not because I want to. 3 points, I guess. Zaf, the nerf OG gear like stun and provoke, will it be less valuable on champs like Necmo and Hydra? I don't think Necmo benefited anything from it. There's no changes to it with Necmo, so absolutely fine. Absolutely not a problem. So you think it's impossible to get consistent? I mean, you might need like crazy speeds, right? And you've got Cardiel, haven't you? So that kind of helps. I said I haven't really looked into much depth in terms of the step ups or anything. It could be that 6 is just too many stacks and too much speed, but it's something I want to look at, see if I can do. It might require Creodon, it might not. I still think Gory is better than Creodon. I just haven't had a chance to look at it because I've been trying to play Diablo. Mighty Uko will still be relevant, he just won't be as potent in the arena. He won't be as annoying. Let's just do this. I got so close to platinum, I was waiting today to finish it off. No worries, Juggernaut. Catch you later. Do you think we'll have a Summer Rush or Champion Chase this weekend? It should be Summer Rush this weekend. I'm kind of thinking they will give us a Champ Chase so it won't align with the... No, it'll be Summer Rush. We would have got Champion Chase last weekend, which is why I did... Oh, for God's sake. Really... Stupid teams. Which is why we had... it'll be Champion Chase. It was Champion Chase last weekend, which is why I did the video based on Champion Chase comparison, not Summon Rush, because we weren't expected to get a Summon Rush. This weekend, we should be getting a Summon Rush, and then next weekend, Champion Chase. The times 2 Ancients, or whatever it is, often falls with a Champion Chase. It's the Summon Rushes that never... It's the Sacred Shard times 2 that generally doesn't fall with the Chase that I've seen. How far away am I from finishing this tournament? One of the best arena tournaments. You should be doing it. It's one of the best ones I've seen. It's an epic book for 1,000. It's a lot harder because it's normally only 360, but it's still worth doing. The only problem is I don't like to do too many arena fights because I like easy wins. And I'll climb too close to plat, and then I have to fight all the plat players, which is kind of annoying. I don't really want to do it. Very soon, Alexandro. We know it's coming. You'll be able to exchange the gold medals for a chest. We don't know how good the chest is. We don't know what's in the chest. We do not know what the chest contains or how much it costs, how often you can claim it. We don't know anything about it other than we will be able to get it for a chest. If it's as bad as the weekly chests, they can forget about it. I'd rather keep my medals. If it's not as bad as the weekly chest, then maybe it's interesting. But I'll be honest, it's going to have to be pretty good for me to, you know, keep any pieces. Because right now, the weekly resets in Gold 5 are trash. It's awful. I sell off of it. Yeah, I don't like one-man defenses as a philosophy. If people want to beat me, they need to beat me. So... it's fine. I just have to fight the harder defenses. I mean, most of these are just so easy to auto-farm, really. It's only the ones that have stone skin I can't auto-farm. Like this one here, right? If I don't get rid of the stone skin, it's annoying. Especially when he's got swift parry. Because now we're probably going to lose. I think we're okay. Get rid of him. Ah, we're going to lose. Well, we won somehow. I'm not really sure how, but we won. Everyone's dead, but I still managed to win. I thought that used to be that when everyone dies, you still win. Maybe it's the attack versus defense principle. Potentially. They said there would be mythical chances in Great Hall Chest. Did they, Earbad? Well, until I see it, I don't believe it. That's what I'm going to say. Until I see it, I do not believe it. Can we just get back round to my... Thank you. It's just... I mean, this is a straightforward win. Just do this. Brute force it. I don't know why they don't improve Gold 5 rewards. I mean, let's face it. Platinum is so terrible, nobody's going to push for that anymore. They've got to give us a reason to do Classic. There's literally no reason for me to do Classic anymore. Like, as you can see, I've got a max Great Hall. Why would... The only reason why I'm doing this is because... I'm only doing this because of the tournament. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother. Oh my god, do they all have swift parry? For God's sake. Okay, please don't kill. Thank you. I want to kill him first. Never mind. I guess we're not doing that. I mean, I get my Magisteel from the Forge Pass. Like, you probably see, I'll be at capped. I should be probably spending my Magisteel before I do this, because I'm always at cap. Okay, can we kill the Pythian? Oh. The Pythian's going to revive everyone before I get back round to it. Oy vey. Kill the Pythian. Kill the Pythian. Please, kill the Pythian. Oh, thank God. Oy vey. You see it a lot in Goal 5, basically. People like still do Duchess Swift Parry and Candy Swift Parry and all this kind of nonsense. I mean, I'm probably at cap Magisteel. I should probably spend it, really. I'm at cap everything. Look at it. I've even got, like, all this stuff to craft tomorrow. I could literally get tomorrow probably 25 to 30, if not 40,000 points from Forge and everything tomorrow. Like, I should probably just craft some of these just to save my resources while I'm doing this stupid tournament. There is a cap on Magisteel. The thing is, I buy the Forge Pass normally if it's a good set, so that kind of gives me all the Magisteel. It saves me having to do any of the rubbish arena fights. I just do my dailies on arena. I don't bother with anything else. A lot of people are probably crying in chat going, why don't you make perception gear? I like to have a bit of a stockpile. Right, did that get me close? No. How far away am I? 858. Oy vey. Like, that's the thing. I've almost farmed myself all the way up to the top here. I'm running out of... Pythian. That's how I say it. Pythian. When do you use your 4 charms for what set? I'll show you now. Okay. We should be alright. Somewhat we should be okay. Oh my God. Kill him. Stupid polymorph. Is Lorne the Cutter worth building for Fire Knight? He's okay. For Fire Knight normal, probably decent. Probably normal. Do you think Little Miss Annie is Bible to build nowadays? She is one of the best, if not the only champion that can one-shot Sand Devil 7. That is her MVP slot. She is brilliant at it. She's the only one that can do it. So, when do I use my Forge Charms? I will use Rank and Rarity Charms on Forge Pass sets for Defiant, Bolster, and Righteous. I don't craft any of these 3 sets without these Rank and Rarity Charms. I don't craft any Lethal Gear without these Forge Charms. And I don't craft any Swift Parry without those Forge Charms. The rest of it, I tend to use them. But the main ones that are super powerful, Lethal, Bolster, Defiant, Righteous, probably, maybe Guardian, you could put a shout to it. But I get so many of these feathers now that, to be honest, I could probably just abuse the fact that I can farm so much and not have to worry about getting good gear. And Perception, I get so many of these pieces that I can just craft them endlessly and just pray for the RNG. In terms of these type charms, often I will do it for like this scenario, right? So if I'm after crit damage with crit rate gloves, I will do this. Right? Because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to force it not to be crit rate gloves, and I want crit damage gloves. So this setup is what I will do if I go after crit damage with crit rate gloves. I did have a decent one, Grat. I played... I don't know if it tells me how much I've played. Does it tell you how much you play? It doesn't really, I think. I'll probably tell if I go to my little platform. I have a little app that tells me how much I spend time on everything. So this is a pretty good way of trying to force what you want. It's not perfect. It's not amazing. These substat charms are not great. But it's the best way forward. If you do manage to roll the crit damage, you then can try and force the crit rate substat. It's better than nothing, right? It's not perfect. I don't necessarily think it's the most amazing thing in the world. The rank and rarity charms are way more powerful than these two. Always, always, always use your rank and rarity charms on lethal gear. Never craft lethal gear without rank and rarity charms. That's how I've got good gear. Because these rank and rarity charms dramatically improve the reward turn of this by a huge amount. We don't get enough of these. I personally think these need to be like quadrupled in the Forge Pass. I'd rather have loads more of these than all of this rubbish. Look how many I've got. I don't really care for these substat charms or these things. I want these ones. They're way better. Often you could probably do something like perception with substat. It's pretty good. It's not so bad. The reason why I'm telling you it's not so bad is because of the way that it works with these substat charms, right? These things are very important features. Stats are random and decided in stages. First, the primary stat is decided, then each substat is decided. So you can't go, okay, I'm using the substat stat, so therefore it's more likely that'll not be the primary. It's going to do the primary first. But what we're trying to do is force the crit damage, crit rate pairing, because that's the most valuable pairing lethal. Not necessarily go, I don't want crit rate gloves. Each available stat at any stage has equal odds of being chosen. Fine. No artifact can have the same stat as both a primary and a substat, and cannot have multiple of the same substat. As such, just the number of stats will decrease with each. Fine. Okay, whatever. The substat charms are important. Substat charms increase the odds of getting a specific substat. Yes, to some extent. You will have a 50% chance of getting your desired stat as the first substat. So it doesn't apply for every role. So if it's legendary, you don't get 4 different roles. It's always the first substat. This increased chance applies only to the first substat. The selected substat may still be chosen as the artifact's primary stat, in which case it won't be available as a substat. So if you basically get crit rate gloves, you've thrown away a substat charm. I think that's pretty bad in my opinion. And this is the worst part. The selected substat will be excluded from the possible substat options from any second, third, or fourth substats, even if not selected as the first substat. Now, I don't know how accurate that is, because I'll be honest, I have seen at times, like if I just throw a speed with boots in here, right? And craft this 10 times. This now should mean I should never get anything other than speed in the first row. Right? That's what this is saying. None of these pieces should have speed in anything other than the first row. First row. That's how it should work. See, I can't roll speed in anything other than the first row unless it's a primary stat. So it's quite punishing if you don't get what you want. So you've got to keep that in mind. That the substat charms sound like they're a lot better than they actually are. You actually pay a hefty price if you don't get a desirable outcome. And I always felt that that was really misleading. It wasn't clear, because when you look at this, right, it says you've got a 50% chance to get resistance substat. You're thinking, that's crazy good. That's amazing. But it's actually nowhere near 50%, because when you work out the odds of having secondary roles and other things, it actually comes way down. I think I did a video on it, because I was talking to Senti at the time, and he was like, you've got some of this math wrong. I don't know if I've got the Forge math. I don't know if I've got it. I have Excels all over the place, as you can imagine, so I'm not sure I've got the Forge Pass one. Forge... yeah, Forge stuff, I do. There we go. I do have it. Of course I do. I save everything. So this is the math, right? So you can see how it kind of dips and changes, and how, basically, how the 5 to 6 star, the rank and rarity charms really make a big difference, right? These rank and rarity charms really make a big difference. Hugely. So you can see how it kind of changes. It's been a while since I've looked at this, but that's roughly the kind of math. Actually, I don't know if this is the right one. Hang on. This might be the old one. Forge Pass rewards. No, it's not that one. This could be the wrong one. I could be wrong. But essentially, the higher rarity, the worse the odds become. At rare, it's pretty good, because essentially it's a 50-50 chance that you're going to get speed, right? But when you get down to here, it gets worse. I think that's the TLDR. Yeah. Something like that. Because, yeah, so basically, if you are at a rare, right, you've got a 20% chance that you're going to get the substat you want. I can't remember exactly what I based this on, but I based it on a specific artifact. But once you go to legendary, because you've got 4 separate chances you can get it, it's a 40% chance. But because you only have one roll of 50%, because it's only the first substat, essentially the better quality the item, the less chance those substat charms are going to help you. Because at rare, it's 20%. So you have a 50% chance actually when you add the substat charms. It's a 150% increase over the normal. But it's only a 25% increase over legendary. So the better the item, the worse it gets, basically, is the TLDR. That's the TLDR of it. So I don't really put much stock in these set and rarities. I don't really think they're that good. Can Jintoro double man-eater team 1 key force affinity? Probably. If you build the man-eaters up good enough, they can. So... yes. Yeah, basically you've got a 50% chance the first substat is speed. If it's not, you don't get speed. That's the punishment. If you don't get speed, if you don't roll high, then you don't get speed. So is it still worth using? To some extent, yes. It's just not representative of 50% chance. This is misleading. It's not accurate. 50% chance to get the substat? No, it's actually not 50% chance, because the way that it translates into the rolls is actually a 10% improvement in a legendary, or it's a 30%. It basically goes 30, 40, it's 30, 20, or 10%, depending on the rarity. It's not very clear. No, Leo, they don't. That's what I'm saying. This suggests that when I roll and make a piece, it's got a 50% chance that it's going to have accuracy. That's not true. It's not 50%. You don't have 50% chance. You have 50% chance the first substat is accuracy, but that's not the case. Like when you get a legendary, that means that you don't get 50% chance that that piece is going to have accuracy. It means only the first substat. It should say 50% chance of accuracy first substat. It's a very important context. So, yeah, but what I'm saying is, no, it's not clear. You can argue about semantics. I'm saying 50% chance when you've got 2 times chance, 2 times chance. Saying 50% chance, it makes it sound like you've got double the chance. That's what I'm saying. It's not clear. What it needs to say is 50% chance of accuracy being first substat. I know it's a lot of words, but this is misleading. I had a number of people tell me the same thing. They thought this gave them a lot better odds. It's actually not as good as it sounds. It makes it sound more valuable. It's like 10 times. 10 times sounds like you've got 10 times more opportunities. It's really big. It's not the case. So that's all I'm saying. It's misleading in the way that it's written there, because it sounds like, it feels like it's going to give you a lot more chance than it actually does. Well, look, I'm not misrepresenting it. What I'm saying is, as a user, people have, and I can see how, gone into it and going, oh, this sounds like I'm going to get double the odds. Because it's not very clear. Because everything else is double the chance, right? I get what you're saying, that if you read it literally and you understand how it's working, then it's probably accurate statement. What I'm saying is, the way that they've written it in context makes it sound more impactful than it actually is. You know, it's yes, okay, you've got a 50-50 chance it's going to have accuracy. Fine. I'm not discounting that. But the fact that it, you know, these little things that if you don't get it, then it's not rolled is what I'm saying, right? You don't know from this text that actually if you don't get it on the first roll, you don't get it at all. So actually it's only a 10% boosted chance. So the reality is you only get a little bit bonus from it. So maybe I'm misrepresenting it. Maybe I should be a bit clearer. But what I'm saying is this substat charm is not that valuable when you have this. These are way stronger. These barely do anything to some extent. So that's all I'm saying. So you can use charms to exclude stats at 50% chance. I mean, that's one argument for it, Geek. If you didn't want resistance and you wanted to roll 50% chance, you could basically put resistance, so you got a 50-50 chance it's going to have it. I would say it's not a good way to approach it because effectively you're still increasing the chance that you're going to get resistance overall because you do increase your odds, especially on rare pieces and epic pieces. It's more valuable. No, it can't. So so if you use resistance, it has to be the first substat or you don't get it at all. Yeah, obviously some substats can't go in some pieces, right? So it does change a little bit. And obviously, if it's like a chest, then this charm... Like, the other thing I didn't like was, essentially, if this rolls a chest piece with resistance primary stat, then effectively I've wasted a charm. Because the charm can't do anything, right? Because I can't get resistance as a substat. So because what it should do is almost like refund it back to you. It's kind of like pulling an ancient shard, and then you get like... that's the best way to explain it. It's kind of like pulling an ancient shard and then it not giving you a champion, right? That's kind of like what it does in a very like probably dramatic way of explaining it. If I create an artifact and I get a resistance primary stat, this charm does absolutely nothing, but I still lose it. Now, you might not put much value or stock in those resistance charms because you might have loads of them. But in my opinion, you should get it refunded if you get the resistance back, because essentially you're investing something and getting nothing out of it. Pretty bad. So everything can get forged. So everything can get forged speed substat except for the boots if they roll primary. So would you recommend finishing the Deck of Fate Eve event if there's 7k left and I already got 2 legendary books? It's already gone, hasn't it? You still got the Deck of Fates? Mine's gone. Mine's gone. Some people have it. I mean, if you've got the legendary books, those are the most valuable. It depends if you want the epic books or the gems, right? I wouldn't necessarily say it's worth pulling any more shards now because it's too late. If you want to do some champion training, fair enough, go for it. But I definitely wouldn't say it's like, if you've got the legendary books, those are the valuable ones, right? And I would say the least amount of shards you've pulled, the quicker you got to those legendary books, the more efficient your event has become. I'm not really doing this Dungeon Divers, to be honest. I might get enough for the glyphs, maybe the tier 1 soulstone. I cannot be bothered with this stuff. I really don't think the XP barrel is as valuable as people put it. I don't think this is anywhere near as valuable as a legendary book or anything like this quality. I've never used them. Look how many I've got. I've got 16. I've never used an XP barrel. I think the only time I ever used one was when I was going for Kyoku. I've never used one. I think they're terrible. So maybe, yeah. Like, feasts are more valuable. You can see I got 2 of them. But the barrel, to me, is just a waste. Like... Like, you get 40 to 45 levels in Minnow, so... And then by that point, is barrel really worth, like, 15 levels? Probably not. Yeah, the only time I'd ever use a barrel is if I did the Minnow... If I did masteries before I got to max level. So if I did masteries before I maxed them to rank 6, then I'd use the battle to take them to rank 60. Then it's kind of efficient, but even then, the expense is quite high, right? It's a very expensive one. So... yeah, I suppose it's CvC points. Have you decided when you're going to pull the soul stones? Soon. When they release what I think they're going to release, which I'll do in a video tomorrow. We're just waiting for the live arena, to be honest. I'll probably do live arena, then we'll do some Hydra. Let me change the title first. Actually, let's do hard first. We can do hard. We can do hard. I don't know who I was using for hard now. I think it was this team. Maybe it was this team. Let's find out. Let's find out if this was the team. Can't remember. I don't think this was, because I'm pretty sure Owella was a pretty bad idea. I can't remember what I run last week. Like this, we should be able to go, because she's still not booked. That's the problem. I'll be booking Cecilia tomorrow. So that will be helpful, because I'll actually be able to... I should really run increased speed there. Just extend the burns a sec. Once Cecilia here is booked, it's going to be much easier. See, like, the problem I find with Artak is he doesn't keep the burns. He consumes the burns too quickly. He needs so much support to keep the debuffs up. Are the aura blessings additive or multiplicative in the bonus? They are multiplicative with the bonus. So, for example, if you have a 20% aura and you have a 20% blessing, it's 20. So, and imagine you have a champion of a base speed of 100. It'd be 100 times 0.2, which will give you 20 speed. And then it's 20 times 1.2. It's basically multiplicative with the bonus. You'd get 24, so you'd get 4 bonus speed. Are they going to add silver watches to the Romantu missions as well? I doubt they'll add them to the Romantu missions. I'm pretty sure this is not the hard team that I ran. Can't remember exactly what I ran. Because I'm pretty sure this just dies. Saf, where does Michinaki sit for DPS on high-end Hydra like Nightmare? Top 10, yeah, I think so, top 10. He's very good. Mine's a bit slow, to be honest. I need to rebuild him. I used him yesterday because I had to use a key. Saf, do you have a spreadsheet for how many runs it would take to level 1 6-star to full 6-star masteries if they are sharing masteries with 2 other champions in Minnow? It's kind of hard. All I can tell you is it takes, what, 640 gems roughly? I think it's 640 gems, give or take, depending on RNG. So that's like, what, divided by 40 in terms of refills, right? So it's 16 refills times 130. So you're looking at somewhere like 2,000 to 2,400 energy, I think it is, to get 1 set of masteries. So you just have to double it. It's always a bit tricky because obviously they're not going to acquire it. They're not going to get masteries linearly. You might get one champion there a lot quicker than the other one. God, the damage here is terrible, right? It can survive, but the damage is so bad because a certain champion is not booked. This one is not booked. We got a 4-turn burn over here. Seth, do I need to build a second save for Doom Tower hard considering it's built finite? Not really. I never used to. I don't really use Save and Doom Tower anymore now. I use the Void Brothers. They're a bit strong, really. Yes, you're basically seeing two parts of my Doom Tower team here, which is Mighty Uko and Oella. You can see I can't quite. I think once Cisia here is booked, she's going to be able to keep the burn up a lot more actively. But because she's not booked, she's kind of not keeping the A3 coming out. We're using... The concept of this team is we use Cicia's A3 into A2 to get the burn set up. We're then using Theodore's extension and Artak's A1 extension to keep the burns up as long as possible. Then just using Artak's A2 for activation. That's the idea. The problem is we're just not booked, which means the consistency of the burns going out to begin with and then getting that extra turn is a lot harder. Cat, do you mind? It's really, you can see it's low damage per turn because we don't have we're not using the activation as much. Like, we'll use it here. And we're not getting the burns out on as many as we need. So, but the idea is we want to keep Artak at 50% HP so we can keep him running really fast. And Oella is just like a monstrous healer. Oella will keep this team healed for days. Nobody's ever dying with Oella. Might as well just extend. Once we get some burns out on different heads, it should be good to go. It's a case of can we keep the burns going? And I think, as I said, once we get this booked, it would be much better. Yeah, Constantine and Vlad. I used my Doom Tower team is basically Oella, Uko, Constantine, Vlad, and Romantu. I had to bring Romantu in because every time they do a champion rebalance, they basically make champions on the Doom Tower floors much harder. AKA Nogdar beat me this week because Nogdar used his A3, instantly killed my Oella down to 1% HP, then revived, then killed her. So I was like, great. Now I have to manual Nogdar waves. So, nobody cares about what? Nobody cares about what exactly? Oh, you're one of those people, are you? Okay, well, you can go away. Tell you what, actually, you can be removed from my channel, Bros Retro Bowling, for being an absolute terrible human being. It's not the kind of behaviors we expect from people here. So you're gone. Deleted. You finished the Dark Elves, Shadowkin, and Sacred Order, only Ogren. Oof. You're nearly there, Dennis. You can do it. Honestly, what is wrong with people who decide they want to come into people's, like, streams and just be annoying? I don't get it. Like, what benefits you do? Like, does that make you happy in life? Do you feel good about yourself? Because I'll be honest, I don't think I would. Is it really worth the resources to 60 niche rares and epics to do? So you need to do at least one rotation at some point for your Ramantu missions, right? So pick a rotation. I think it's rotation 1 or 2 that is easier to do. I think 1 it is. You need to do all 12 rooms for those Ramantu missions at some point. So keep that in mind. You'll need to do that. But otherwise, you don't need to do those rooms, right? Because they're not going to do any more champions. It's not the end of the world if you don't get to them. Yeah, is rotation 3. I don't know which one's the easiest. It's been such a long time since I did Romantu missions, I can't really remember. All I remember is one of them requires you to do all 12 secret rooms, so make sure there's one rotation you can do all 12. Other than that, I think it's not much worth because I'm pretty sure you know, there's not that many secret rooms to come. So, like, there's not many... There's a limited amount of champions now, so you'll get there eventually. Maybe we're ramping up a little bit of damage here. Yeah, exactly, Grendel. Some people are just terrible human beings, I guess. Are all the boss immunities just instant cleanses? My Necmathar seems to get a boost every time my Lydia tries to place a fear on Hydra. Not sure the one you... Yeah, Torment. So if Torment... so if you have Shamael, Torment gets cleared. Like, the bosses are immune to some debuffs, so you can't place a fear debuff. You won't get a boost for Necmathar for that. It's not how it works. Now, what would be nice is if we can kill this Mischief Head. Because we reset the turn meters. I mean, the good news is, this team is relatively tanky. Like, nobody's really at risk of dying. The bad news is, the damage per turn is pretty naff, right? But I think, I said, I keep saying it, I think it's because she's not booked. If she was booked, we'd be able to get more burns out consistently. And once we get them out consistently, you can see she is extending them. So once she gets them extended, we can get some work done. But the idea with this team is once we get it up, we hopefully will get some extensions on Artak. Once Artak extends with Theodore with Sissia's extensions, then we would eventually start getting... like you see here, we're not quite doing it. I also think she's not ascended, so I don't think we have enough accuracy. So we're resisting, probably. So I'm pretty sure you run a Trunda hard comp. No, I was trying to run the Trunda hard comp and failing miserably. I remember that because I had a real nasty time with it and I gave up in the end. I mean, we're kind of in trouble here now because I don't have a provoke in this team. This team hasn't got any strategy with it, so we're kind of like in this boat here where pretty much like we're going to get perma-cleansed all the time. But hey, we would like a Fearhead to come out. Nope, Mischief Head. Not really a problem. Let's do that to get decreased attack out. Can you not auto with it? It looks very... Probably. I don't really like autoing. I get people's desires to auto everything. I actually quite like manual in Hydra. It's one of the few areas I like to manual. Because I feel like I'm making decisions every single time I do it. Theodore's low-key OP for this area. Didn't get the heads that I wanted. I need to get this out as quickly as possible. That's fine. This is where it's kind of awkward. I'll try and reduce some buffs there. Nice, got rid of one of them. But yeah, like the main problem here is I'm not getting enough burns out, which is where all the damage... This team is a burn damage team only. It's designed to burn. If it doesn't burn, it doesn't do any damage. Like, that is good. It's the first time we've actually had a good setup. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit afraid of that nuke that's going to be coming soon. Ugh, we survived. Somehow. Heal it up. Awella's healing is monstrous. I will be like... I'm probably going to do a video guide soon on just Awella as a healer. I've never seen a champion like as efficient at healing as she is without actually looking like she can heal. I'd like to get a stun on this if I can. Boom. It's doing okay. It's like... It's alright. I don't know. I mean, it's a comfortable team. It's stable at hard, right? We're only at hard difficulty here. So that's obviously a factor to point in. We only need to get to like 20 million. But it is stable enough. You know, we're not really... Like, I probably will burn here. I don't actually know if I restored any max HP there. So... Yeah, Marichka. I mean, Marichka's a monster healer, right? The cool thing is, because the decay head is up now, anything that Oella does to heal, we're instantly going to destroy HP. So... Activate. I have no idea what's going on with this HP bar. I'm surprised they didn't fix his visuals. Oh, that's a terrible time for that to happen. Oh, that's a really bad time for that to happen. Okay, I can do that. It's really rough. Okay, this is going to heal. Oh, we got decreased attack, thank God. It's borderline. Oh, will you stop cleansing their head? Honestly. We're okay, we're fine, we're fine, we're fine. We're fine. As I said, Oella will keep us alive for days. Really hard. I'm just going to do this to... I know it restores my max HP, but I needed to. The one thing I don't like about Artak is... when you restore his max HP, he doesn't actually have any innate healing. So, in essence... you restore your max HP and you lose all that passive defensiveness. So, unless you've got someone to, like, instantly heal him up, he's very vulnerable after he's used his A3. Especially in Spider. If you're reliant on that resistance. That's why I think his best setup is using him with a secondary burner, right? So we can basically ensure that he's always at getting his bonuses. Otherwise, he's always at risk of... Nice. He's at risk of dying once he loses his passive. Right, that's the first death. It's not the end of the world. It's only Shamel. We don't really care about him. I'm going to heal everyone up. Try and get some burnage down. Get him back alive. Oh God, we're going to watch Shamael take 500 actions down. Do you think we're going to get some events with Soulstones because they pushed way too hard? Maybe. I don't know. What I can't decide right now, and it's something we'll have to see after the anniversary, are these Soulstone rates that they've been pushing the new norm, or are they just anniversary rates? Right, are we just getting at what we would consider like anniversary packs for whatever reason? That's what I don't know right now. Is are we just getting those rates until we are, you know, and it says I'm going to go back to normal. We won't know until obviously the end of the anniversary. It's a very, very safe team, this. Zaf, do you think we'll be able to get the reward for the Bannerlord's tourney for Arena? Do you think we will be able to? What do you mean by that? Do you think the one that you select as your portrait will? I don't really know what the details are for that. We'll have to wait and see. Honestly, the whole like Bannerlords thing has been very low key for me. I would have thought they would have put more effort into it, considering they were trying to make it an event. It's almost like someone in Playroom was like, oh, well, we need to do an event, but we don't really know what we want to do it on. Let's just do this like passively in the background for some reason. Oh, you stole my buffs. Doesn't really matter. Okay, got Suffering Head now, which is really awkward timing because I've just used my block buffs. Does the Hydra ever steal a resist buff? It can do from time to time, and that's when it's risky. But generally, because I've got resistance buff and decrease accuracy going out from Ugo, it's actually very hard for it to steal buffs at this low level. Whether that's the same when I go higher in difficulty, probably not. But it's actually very difficult for the Mischief Head to steal anything because he's got so much accuracy deficits to overcome. It's the risk with a resistance buff, right? You've got to be careful if you're using a resistance buff, because if you do use it and you unfortunately get caught out, then it's very hard to remove it unless you've got someone like Shemnath, right? Shemnath is pretty good at dealing with it because every buff that the enemy has increases her accuracy, which is great. But we can get that on. Oh, we can't because of the stupid revival buff. I was idiot. I should have saved that one more turn. We're creeping up. They do a surprising amount of events in the background. Do you know there's a Valentine's visual novel event or Easter egg on the Dragon Eggs because they don't say anything? Yeah, they do this a lot. They basically would do some random event in the bottom of a news article and a footnote of things and not tell you about it. You know, like for example, in the Raid Digest, they basically told us about some weird interaction in which Nogdar gets revived if someone else gets revived. And I'm like, that's such a low important thing that I don't really care about. Yet we have mentioned nothing in the Raid Digest about the anniversary event. Like, surely the Raid Digest should be signposting. Oh, by the way, did you know we've got a special arena tournament on? Represent your banner lord chosen by using... Like, where is that? Why are you telling me about some abstract thing that Nogdar can do in a very niche situation if something happens to... Like, come on. Like, you know. Someone asked me about the song. It is just a playlist on Soundstripe. At some point, I'll try and get Soundstripe integrated into... maybe we'll put like some sort of song integration. I'll have to see if we can do that. That'd be quite cool. I should have done A1 there for decrease attack. So... Shanaik? Who's Shanaik? Don't know who that is. Yeah, exactly. I've got the Avatar on. I've got Baron on. What blessing for Fenax? If you're using him as a debuffer, probably Cruelty. If not, Phantom Touch. Just more damage, right? Don't do Crushing Rend, it's pointless. Did you use Coast Crash? No. I did not. I didn't set it up, Fiction did. He's a cheeky one, that one. Nice. I gotta say, this team is surprisingly stable. Considering, like, I'll show you the builds after this. This is a knocked together team. This isn't built specifically for Hydra. Like, Uko is well built because he's built for Arena. Theodore's probably in a very good state. Artak is thrown together. Oella is well built because she's in Frenzy. But Shamael has no gear, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Shamael has literally nothing going on for him. And I don't even know what build Sissia is in. I don't even think Sissia is fully ascended yet, if I'm being honest. So considering all of those features and all of those details, it's quite surprising how, like, comfortable this has been. I haven't really had any scary I had one scary moment, right? What'll be interesting now is to see if we can actually get the consumption out, because without Oella, we lose a lot of our stability, right? Oella's healing. Oella's got increased resistance. She's doing a buff extension. She's doing turn meter filling. Oella is doing surprisingly large amounts of work in this team that you probably don't see going on because she's doing it so quietly. I probably have to burn there because I need to make sure I get this going. Affinity is also an issue for the Artak, which is why I still think that a combination of Sissia and Artak is absolute god tier. because I think she covers his weaknesses, right? He's weak affinity to 2 champions here. She's strong affinity to them, I think, if I check now, when she comes back onto her turn. Like, she's neutral affinity to them. So where he's weak, she's neutral. We just need an R-Tac A2 here, I think. We don't have it yet. We should be able to kill this head before he takes a turn, hopefully. There we go. Theodore's in. We're fine. Yeah, Oella, like, this is the thing when you skip a fusion. You've got to be careful whenever you skip fusions, and the new fusion is like this. If they do something that is not very common, aka increased resistance, aka healing or some sort, they're surprisingly good in certain areas. I use my Oella more than anything else. This is hard. This is hard difficulty. Yeah, we're playing a sci-fi film playlist. I quite like it. I like to diversify the music every now and then. Like, there are not many good increased resistance champions. There are not many that can also do increased resistance with this amount of healing. Her passive healing is surprisingly powerful. Like, every time someone loses 15% HP, they get a heal, continuous heal. Her A2 heals for 30% healing. It's a lot. She's also got 100% decreased speed on an A1, which is rare. 100% chance. Alright, we'll see if we can get a big knock from someone, see how much damage we get. See, we're not taking 25% more damage, 15% more, so we're okay. Wait for these Shamael buffs to go. Let's just extend. Can't bring myself to book Oella and can't bring myself to use her without books. I mean, yeah, she needs the books, right? Loses a lot of value without the books. Yeah, I know, I've passed it. Just extend. And we really got burns. Like, this heal here, we're all pretty... Like, look how much she's going to heal. 12,000 to everyone. That's a lot. It's a lot of healing. Oh, provokes are nasty. Oh god, we're about to get absolutely wrecked by this Head of Decay, probably. Let's just burn everyone. Oh, Cecia's nearly dead. There's the continuous heals now. Everyone has got 1 turn continuous heals. The cool thing, her passive, at this point, if I had the A2, she's given everyone continuous heals. She can extend those heals. I don't have Altan on my main account to test how good it is with her passive, and I don't have Oella on my free-to-play to test it with Altan. Hopefully I never get Altan, because I actually think he's a terrible champion. But it'd be interesting to see how it works. But you can see... Oh, she's going to die. The continuous heals really helps get people back up and running, and if she does get the extension with it... I should have A2'd there, not A3'd. That's damn stupid of me. Maybe I can drop a buff here. Nope, resisted. Do that. Oh, this is going to hurt. Unless I can get back around to Uko. Nice. Let's get rid of some of these buffs. Here we go. Whew, that was close. Didn't get that extra. See, that's where the booking would help. We would get a guaranteed extra turn. We're not getting those extra turns. We're not getting the burns out on everyone. So it really does create problems for us. But still, it's like, you know, it's a pretty good team. Put it on auto now. I wish I could spare some books for her. So many champions I'd wish they would. Yeah, I mean, I'm actually at a book deficit at the moment for the first time in a very long time. I have a lot to book. I need to book Altan. Like, the reason why I wasn't auto-in is because I haven't turned off his A3. So, is it better to 1-key hard or to beat normal Hydra? My clan isn't beating hard. Double chests are always going to be more valuable when it comes to hard and normal. If you can double chest normal and you can't double chest hard, I'd prioritize normal, right? So you can get the double chest for sure. It's guaranteed if she places the burns, right, Rain? If she places burns on everyone, I get an extra turn. See, look at this now. Look how many continuous heals Shamael's got. He's got loads. He's never going to die. He's going to take as many turns as he wants because I've extended them. Every time that passive has no cooldown. So if I take a little bit of damage, then I'm going to get a lot of healing. If I don't take any damage, she's still going to extend those buffs and heal. It's also 30% turn meter fill for all allies on a 3-turn cooldown. That's a lot. Yeah, she has to place burns on everyone. Affinity is an issue, of course. I'm not saying it's not. But what I'm saying is, even if she's... at the moment, she's not booked, right? So that's going to be having a big impact as well. Because she's not booked, I'm not getting the guaranteed extra turns. I'm not getting the activations. I'm not getting a lot of the continuous... Like, there's things that even on normal affinity, she's not doing because it's only 75%. So... Does summoning Fragment Champions give points in Deck of Fate? No. You need to use shards. Deck of Fate is Summon Rush, not Champion Chase. We'll see how long it lasts before... We'll probably let it run for another 5 minutes because we've got other things to do. You know, potentially it may have been a better idea to just use Artax's A2 because we are keeping his max HP quite low anyway because we got double activation. Or we actually have treble activation if you think about it. Because that's an activator. The Theodore's an activator. He's an activator then when he does his A2. So we've got a lot of activation. So the likelihood is Artax's going to be at 50% HP more than he's going to be at not 50% HP. There's a burn. Activation goes out. Another activation. Another activation. So the concept is good. It's 20.4 mil, Almighty Dobie. This is the concept. I will probably do a video on it once the Hydra reset comes through. The concept of this team where you basically get Assistia with Artax, another extender. Could be Theodore, could be Darkhail, it could be anyone with an AoE an extension like Thalesia. To basically get yourself lots and lots of burns queued up and then just let Artax go ham with it. That could be quite cool. How good will Oella be unbooked for the Sylvan Watchers? She'll probably be fine because of her passive, Daniel, right? Her passive doesn't require books, I don't think. Like, I know my Sylvan Watchers is going to be super easy. I've got a Mr. Rider Dithey, I've got an Elva, and I've got an Oella. Those three alone will carry me through every single stage. I will be doing a video on a tier list, probably, for the Sylvan Watchers. Once I get some built up. I've got to build up Lockwine. I'm going to probably build up Ender at some point as well. So I'll be able to play test them all. So, how do I feel about this fusion? I think the fusion's doable, but I don't think it's anything like... I can't imagine any team that I would put it in instantly. But I do think the fact that it is a decreased resistance, there's not that many decreased resistance champions, so you take it because of that. Spider tournament rewards look quite good, considering you're going to be doing it anyway for CvC, right? I always like it when they try to put Spider tournament rewards up alongside... CvC, because it just means that we... we get the rewards we would have got anyway. I don't know if I'm going to do this. I'm only running it extra just in case the clan needs a bit more damage. I know it's probably boring to watch. There we go. Yeah, Iron Twins is terrible for damage, isn't it? Hello, mate, dude. I got the best luck forever. I got 5 legendaries from 9 sacreds, first Rotus and first Kaimar. Good lord. That's where all my luck went. Congratulations. That's huge. Like, Kaimar Rotus, amazing. What reward do you think they will offer who already got Lydia? They'll probably just put like maybe a 4-star chicken in there. There may be like a void shard. There'll probably be a bit of energy. That's probably what they'll throw. It won't be anything special. Don't expect there to be crazy rewards from the extra tiers from Sylvan Watchers. Obviously, you'll get a legendary book for finishing stage 21 of Sylvan Watchers for the first time. So there's free stuff in there. You know, you want to make sure you do it, but I don't... Like, it's not a major priority. CvC tomorrow. It's not personal though, it's just a chill one. 6-star Michinaki from regular... Ooh, nice. See, that's it. Some people will argue that you should use your coins for essence. Right, that's the argument people will make. And I can see the logic in the math, right? You basically can, if you always consider the coin converts to essence, which converts to guaranteed champions, it makes sense. But for me, the odds of you getting enough essence to get one champion, I'd prefer to just roll the odds from a stone. Can we revive the Shamael? No? Need to revive the Shamael. Who's going to get eaten next? Awella. Oof. Rough. Oh, don't. One more turn. Oh, the only problem is he's blimmin'. We're just going to have to RNG it and hope for the best. Because he's an AoE, so there's no way we can avoid it. Come on in. RNG. Oh. I think it's the end, guys. It's the doom of our time. We just gotta hope we can RNG a revive on the Shamael. Otherwise, there are no chance. Do you think they should allow you to fuse other Legos after you fuse Razin? I mean, we get a monthly fusion. Do we want another fusion on top of that? Probably not. Being honest, I don't think we want another one on top of that. That's a lot. Uko. Yes, Uko. Uko saved us. Now get her out quickly. Quickly get her out. Get Oella. We need the healing. There we go. We rolled the RNG. We're doing hard brutal here. The only reason why I'm letting it go on longer is I don't know how much damage the clan has done, so I'm just trying to help the clan out a bit. See, I prefer the stones because I'd rather the lower chance of being able to get something out of the stones. I just feel like I'm more likely out of, say, 200 tier 1 stones to get a soul that I find valuable than farm the essence, convert that then into, like, you see what I mean? Because the exchange rate of the coins are so high, by the time I've farmed enough from Iron Twins, like, it's going to take me so long. It'll take me 6 months to get a tier 6, minimum. Like, 1 tier 6. I'd rather just convert it into gems and run the risk, right? I'd rather just take the tier 3 coins and just convert it into a tier 3 soul stone and RNG getting a good soul. It's just better for me. I do understand that that's probably the wrong way to do it. I'm not saying my method is the right way. What I'm saying is, for me personally, I'd rather roll the dice on the stones than farm the essence. I find it's more enjoyable as well because, you know, we're playing a game. We're meant to have fun. If all we're doing is holding all of our resources to try and be it gets a bit boring after a while. Hellhades is in the house. Talking of soul stone pulling, the chief man himself getting baited by those stones every single time. It's so much more fun when you pull the stones. That's just for me. I just don't really enjoy. I just don't really enjoy holding the essence, because you open the market and you're like, oh great, I need 300 tier 3 essence, and I've only ever farmed 250 in my entire account life. It's boring. We're looking at the concept, Hellhades, of the team that I want to try and build here. Basically, Sissia and Artak together with another extender like Theodore. So you get triple extension, burn, and you maximize his passive. It's kind of cool. It's a very stable team. I mean, we're only on hard, so it's not like the craziest level. But it's kind of a stable team, considering like the builds are really like scuffed. Like, it's the most scuffed team you'll ever see. When you see the Shamael build, you'll be like, what is he built for? Like, he'll be terrible. Like, Sissia's not booked. She's not even... I don't even think Sissia's ascended fully. Like, see there, we didn't land any burns. Basically, the only decently built people here is Oella, Uko, and Theodore. The rest are trash. The rest don't even do anything. I mean, I don't really have the Void Legendary Soulless. You're talking to someone who doesn't have Rotus, Kaimar, Warlord, Yumiko, Siphi. Like, you're talking to someone who basically only gets the really like random legendaries. I have all the other cool legendaries. The powerful ones, I don't get those. I'm not blessed. I do have a Duchess, though, so I can't complain too much. What stats does Shamael need for Hydra? Honestly, I quite like the slow Guardian build for Shamael. Make him a mischief tank, high resistance, slow build, put him in Guardian, make him absorb stuff. That's the way that I would build him. Yeah, I mean, the Void Brothers are fun for PvE, but not so much for PvP. They don't do as enough. Delecia gives Hex. What do you think about her using Mischief? I actually think Delecia could replace Theodore. Delecia would be good enough to replace Theodore here. Marinex. I actually want to do some content on Marinex. I've got her. I've got a decent soul on her. I just haven't got round to using her yet. I think we're losing champions now. The end is nigh. Yeah, all my luck goes into triple rolling gear, right? That's 3 out of my 7 Eternal Souls I pulled with 5-star Romero. Oof, that's awful. Awful. You'd be surprised, Daniel, because every so often you pull a really random one and it's actually quite fun. I don't think Burunguri can do 90 hard. I could be wrong, Ruz, but I'm pretty sure that's his limit. 50 hard, I'm pretty sure Burunguri can get to. I do use Black Knight from time to time. Black Knight is very good for Provoke. One of the best Provoke champions in the game. He just, like, to some extent, his A3 needs to do more. Even though his A2 is pretty good. Feels a bit basic. Am I going to get... I'll pull my Voids for Acrisia. I'm nowhere near Mercy. I don't expect to get her, but I'll pull the Voids just to start building up the Mercy again. Seeing as though the last one I got was Whirlim. But you can see why I actually think his passive, even though they fixed Artak's passive. Look how tanky he is here. He's one of the last people to stay alive. There we go. Not bad. Solid team. 5.4 million healing from Moella, right? Solid. You should offer rolling service, I know, right? What about Gnishak and Tio? Bombs into poison. I don't think Gnishak is very good for Hydra because poisons are so limited in Hydra. Only half the heads actually can take poison damage. And one of the heads you don't want to over poison because it's the provoke head. So you need debuff space. So that basically makes 2 of the 6 heads worth it. I don't think it's very good. If I had a choice, I would not use Gnishak at all. I think it's too risky. There's an Acrisia times 10 on Wednesday. It's pretty solid, that. Like, as I said, she's not awakened, she's not booked. 20 million out of a non-awakened, non-booked Zakia is pretty solid. Like, let me show you the stats for these champions. Awela, the 3 on the left are well built, the 3 on the right are not well built. 234, oh, that's big. Good luck. I just wanted to make sure we killed it. Like, the clan has moved on from normal. We don't do normal anymore. Second in the clan there. Right, let me show you this build. So, obviously, this build is built quite well. She's in Frenzy. In, like, turn meter masteries, right? She's designed to basically be turn meter only. She is booked. As I said, you don't need books for this passive, which is quite strong. These are worthwhile books, though. I haven't booked her A1 yet because I don't need it for decreased speed, but I could do in the future. And I quite like putting Aura on her because the resistance banner is very strong. But she's at 6.2k HP, 3.4k defense, 251 speed, 341 accuracy, 250 resistance. That resistance number will mean she resists everything in dungeons with her Aura and the resistance buff, right? I only need 200 resistance with 75 in the Aura and the resistance buff. Very good. Then we've got the Uko, built for Arena, hence the stun set, you know, and we have got Awakening going on here. So he's built quite strong. He's currently at 280 speed, 352 accuracy, 70k HP, 3.9. He is in a very strong build because he's built for Arena. And he could get stronger. I really should book his A1 at some point. But sparing books from him is difficult at this point, you know. And again, Fearsome Presence, Arena build. And the other one is Theodore. He is built without masteries. I know, It's terrible. It's Necret all over again. Why haven't I done masteries on him yet? It's embarrassing. But he is built with regen. And we've got him at 251 speed, 3.6k defense, 52k HP. And then enough stats to stay alive, right? He's not built with a Weller in mind. He's built to be more of a soloist kind of champion on his own. No crit rate. He is booked. He's got Brimstone as well. But yes, I need to do masteries. I mean, to be honest, masteries are not that important. For Hydra, the War Master would help, but he's got everything he needs. He doesn't need anything else. What else does he need? He does it all. He doesn't need masteries, so... Then we get into the terrible builds. These builds are fun. Where is he? Where's the void little minion? Is he in the vault? I think he's in the vault right now. I don't know which one I used. Which one did I use? Does it tell me? Does it give me a number? It doesn't tell me which one I used. He's got no awakening. He's level 6. Oh, he's in Guardian Protection. Okay, so we'll probably be able to figure that one out from his sets. Let's have a look. I leveled 3 of them because I thought I'd need them. Alright, it's going to be this one. It's number 3. It's number 3. No masteries. He is booked, surprisingly. He is kind of built. This is roughly how I would build someone like a Shamael. I'd put more defense on it. You build them slow, you build resistance on them, and you put them in Guardian, and they just basically be a tank. He's there to drain damage and basically be a mischief tank. That's his job. Doesn't really need more stats than that. That's good enough. You could put 100% crit rate if you want, but you don't really want to kill the Torment Head with a Shamael. You want to keep him alive as long as possible to maximize the value of it. But you can see... He's in random gear. He's not built at all. So he is just random all over the place. Then we have... She's got gear, to be fair. She's built. 223 speed. I haven't got enough accuracy. Like, she's waiting for a banner. When she's ascended tomorrow, she'll get a banner. 33k HP, 3.k there. No crit rate. No resistance. She's not booked. She has got masteries, though. She does have War Master. She just doesn't have the booking, which is actually quite a big deal, right? Because we don't get the... we don't get a... we do get the activation, I think. Unless it's tied to this. I don't know if we get the activation or not. We don't get the guaranteed chance to place the burns. We don't get really good odds here. Like, the books are so important for her. Yes, but I don't want damage. I don't want the Shamael to kill the Torment Head. That's why there is no masteries on him. He's there to stay alive. I do not want him dealing damage. I don't want him to kill the Torment Head. He needs to stay alive. No Copperbergs today. And then finally, we've got Artak, who does have masteries because we bought them. Forgot to put a blessing on him. He is booked, except for he's not guaranteed booked. Like, we got really unlucky with the books. The cooldown, which we didn't really care about, and then we missed the activation. At least he activates without the books, right? But cooldowns, especially the A2. He's built in regen for some reason, and he's built a 249 speed, 482 accuracy. I suppose it's not a bad build. It's just a bit all over the place, right? It's not the greatest build in the world. I wouldn't build him this way for Hydra. I'd build him differently. I've just thrown gear on him for testing different things, and I haven't rebuilt him since. So those are the teams, but pretty stable, I guess. They're probably better built than I thought they were. I'll be going for Great Hoof. Yeah, I'll be getting the cow. So they're probably better than I thought they were. So, right then, let's endure it. It's time. A little bit of arena. I need to get rid of that. Yes. Oops. Yes. Show. Let's change this. Right then, let's get going. Pulled a 5-star Whisper Soul. Can you show your build for her? Yes. I actually have a Whisper guide coming out this week. I've recorded a Whisper guide. That's going to be very good. Where is she? She's here somewhere. Whisper Phantom Touch is what I would go with her. She is in Relentless. I would recommend Relentless. 7k attack, 262% crit damage. You don't need more than 70% crit rate because her A2 is up enough. 193 speed. I haven't gone for accuracy. If you need a weaken, put some accuracy in there. And then I've just gone War Master with defensive stats because she is quite squishy. Come on then. Let's abuse myself. How long before I start raging on Ultimate Death Knight? How long do we think? My turn. How long before I see him? Are we even going to make it through the first picks? Oh no, they're going for a speed team. Okay. How come I don't like Ultimate Death Knight? Because I think he's a terrible champion designed for Arena. He basically makes everything in Arena take twice as long. He disables the ability for your champions to do anything. You have to wait out his Stone Skin. It requires very low intelligent builds to build him. And Ultimate Death Knight should just be deleted from the game. It's that bad. I could basically make Ultimate Death Knight work by employing one brain cell, which goes, puts 2-turn Stone Skin on him and adds some defensive stats. And look, Ultimate Death Knight is now very powerful. Yeah, but Duchess is no, because Duchess still requires some level of survivability, because you could put 2-turn Stone Skin on her, but you can outspeed her. You can still single target everyone around her. Like, the thing with Duchess is you bring single target, but you can still do damage on AoE. It's just weakened, right? I'm going to trust that I can outspeed it. I probably can't, but we're going to try it. No, Ultimate Death Knight is just boring. That's the problem with it. It's not because it's anything. It's just boring. He's too fast. I'm going to lose. The only chance I have is this stuns. Oh, we got 1. 2. He didn't have enough accuracy. There's hope. Revive it. Go on, revive it. Oh, he didn't revive. I would have revived. I've got my abilities back now. I mean, I can probably AoE. Wow, he's really squishy. I can't really... This is the annoying thing now, is I can't stop the... I don't think I've got it. I think I'm going to lose. Because I can't stop the Trunder. Because I think she's too fast. The only way I stop is if my Vlad... Nah, she's too fast. She probably can't one-shot me. She's probably... Because she hasn't got increased attack, right? So it's going to hurt. But I can probably revive. There we go. Now I can revive. And I should get speed buff here. So that's going to hopefully get me back around to my ability. And then I win. GG. It's nice knowing you. It's close. It's close. But his Warlord didn't have enough accuracy. So... Is it worth building 2 Ultimate Death Knights or just 1 in power? It's worth building none of them because they're terrible champions. No. Ultimate Death Knights are worth building for Arena. 2 in Tag Team Arena is very difficult to overcome because normally you can find 1 strategy to beat him, but trying to find 2 strategies is quite hard. So yeah, he's solid. I mean, he's a powerful champion for Arena defense. It's very difficult to beat if you put him in 2-turn Stone Skin. I think it's unfun gameplay. That's my problem with it. There is no... If you can't get rid of the Stone Skin, there's no counterplay to it. So you just basically sat there waiting to see if you're going to get your turns before they get their turn, and you're waiting 2 turns and think you can do. So you're basically, by default, bored. Yeah? By default, you're just bored. Why would you ban my Vlad? I can block Revive Undead Hordes and Demon Spawn. They don't know how Constantine works. Let's just do that for a sec. Get some decreased attack out. It's cool they've got Bolster Shield. It's not going to make a difference, though. Because I'm just going to do this. Bye-bye. This is one of those situations where you need to read the skill descriptions, because I think he didn't realize that Vladimir is not required to block Revive Rotus and Kratraxa. So you've just basically killed yourself as well, because you lost all your... There you go, GG. Ba-bam. Arena wins 2. You banned the wrong champion. You should have banned the Constantine, but it's fine. I'll forgive you. You probably didn't know the skill description. To be fair, I use him mainly in PvE. I'm not a fan of PvP. That's fair. I actually don't think he's very good for PvE either. I think they were better champions, but that's my own biased opinion, I guess. So, what's the difference between Lady Annabelle and Burungari on Bommel? I think Lady Annabelle is stronger. I don't know. Maybe it's affinity, Ruz, could be the issue. I'm not familiar with it to know off the top of my head. I'm considering picking my 2 ultimate live arena inspired by unbridled hatred of him. He's frustrating. One second. This is really awkward. Someone is knocking on my door. Which is really the most inopportune time. We might have to default this loss. I won? What the hell happened? How did I win? What happened? He won. Okay. Sorry, someone, basically, the kids knocked on the door. They wanted me to get the ball from over the fence. Honestly. Children. Well, okay. I don't even know what I was fighting. I can't remember. I have to rewatch it. I have to go back on the VOD and see what happened. Clearly AI, yeah, I should just let everything auto. I can't take it as a win. I mean, it's still won. I built the champions. I can claim success. Can I not? I banned the right champion. So, yeah, sorry about that. It's going to be difficult, this fight. Candies are very difficult to displace when there's a... yeah, this is going to be very difficult. I think this might be the first loss. Oh, we're faster. This is good. Okay, well, that's great. We didn't quite get the block route because of the lightning cage. That's why lightning cage is still valuable, because those buffs are possible without lightning cage. It's going to hurt. Okay, good. I could just start knocking him down. That decreased attack's not great. Might as well just try and get... I'm not going for the Uko because he's locked. But I need to kill that Duchess. If I don't kill Duchess, I have no chance. I'd have revived at that point. Maybe he was holding out for this. Gotta kill the Duchess. I don't think I can. I don't think I've got enough. I probably shouldn't have A2'd there. In hindsight. This decreased attack is ruining me. I'm so close. So close. Oh. He's gonna get his turn though, so we should be able to follow up. Nice. It's another win. That one was close, but I was fast enough. If I wasn't fast, I would have lost that. He's like, I can still revive. No, you can't. You're dead. That life harvest basically won me that. If I didn't have life harvest, I would have lost that because I got the turn meter from life harvest. That's how I was able to win that fight. You made silver 4. Congrats. No, I don't think anyone's got to the live arena yet, because gold is still scaling the same way. It's only silver that's easier to climb now. So they're hoping that silver's easier to climb, which will populate gold, which will allow people to climb, because at the moment there wasn't enough population in gold. Yeah, once we've done the 10 arena battles, I'll show you the... Oh, God. I'll show you the Vlad build. My Uko is 280. I'd like him to be faster, but you do what you can, right? We are probably going to lose this one, I'll be honest. But there's hope. If we can block revive with Constantine, we're okay. But losing the increased attack does kind of hurt. Who would you prioritize booking for Hydra? Lady Kimmy, Artak, Bivold, or Morley? I would say Artak or Kimmy. Now, a smart person here probably ally attacks the Vlad. The smart person. That's not a smart person, because you just gave me free block buffs. I'm now going to take yours away. I could have stunned you. You got lucky that you've got stone skin. I've just stolen your stone skin. This is getting worse for them. I'm going to take the turn meter. He's got... I'm going to protect that. Might as well just AoE, see what I can do. Oh, I killed one of them. Should have ally attacked. It's too late now. No damage is coming out from you. It be over. It's probably a win, this. It's a chunky bit of damage there. He's attacking the right person. Hopefully I can keep the Vlad alive. Ugh. Okay, no. It's fine. Now we revive. To be honest, this is really frustrating. I can't attack the targets I want to attack because of Veil. I haven't lost. I haven't won yet, but I haven't lost yet either. I could lose if he AoE's here. Okay, good. Weak hit. Or something. I don't know why the Constantine didn't take any damage. I guess we just ally attack. I need an A2 here. Big. Oh, we got one down. There's a revive potential. No. Stun. Please stun. There's no stun. Oh, this is going to be hard. Oh, no. Okay. There's hope. There's hope yet. I got to revive. We're okay. It was close. It was close. That was very close. I'll be honest. They almost had me. Almost had me. Very close. It's a bit too close for comfort, I'll be honest. Whew. How long do you think it will take to populate silver? Probably another 2 weeks. Can I still use Vlad without booking him? He benefits a lot from books. You get the 100% stuff and you get the cooldowns. It's very hard to say you shouldn't. Like, there's very few champions in the game that doesn't benefit from books. Very few. I haven't even looked at the leaderboard in a while. It was like 27, 21 or 20. What was it? Like 2,800 or something. It was stuck around 20809, so it could be higher now. Who would you say is the strongest block revive champion? Probably Constantine for his affinity. Then Phenax. Constantine just because he's void, he can't weak hit. And you get a little bit more utility in his kit. Whereas Phenax is basically his A1, then debuffs. And the debuffs are not valuable for arena. Rotus kind of comes into there eventually when you scale him up. Brutal Hydra is driving me insane. I'm basically missing decreased speed and leech, but I don't have an ECMO. Can't afford to swap 2 champions out because then I'm missing damage. Yeah, I hear you, man. Trying to find the right balance can be very frustrating at times. Oh, Lord above. To take... I don't think I can win, but I'm going to try. The smart. I don't know if I've got enough damage in the Vlad to be able to break both the Siphi and the Necret buffs and survive a 5-star blessing. It's going to be tough. An E3 is low multipliers, yeah. I don't like an E3. Constantine's a better block revive than an E3. Because the thing is, even though he doesn't have Vlad, most of the meta is... oh, that's annoying. It's an experienced player, this guy. Most of the meta is Demon Spawn anyway. So what I can do here is I can lock out some skills. Well, that is a low... That's really awkward. That is a low resistance Siphi. I was hoping to block the Necret. This is kind of like the worst case scenario right now. Can't really do anything. Just hold that. I think this is going to be a loss. Purely because I think this is going to take too long. Like, this is the problem. When I get polymorphed, I have 150 speed now. What can I do? Can't do anything. It's going to take forever for me to get my Vlad out. So 2 turn, 150 speed. He should go off the neck right now. Now he's going to probably use his A2 to try and get rid of the block buffs and lock out the Uko. Eventually. Okay. I don't know why you would A3. You just gave me speed buff. Constantine's like really slow. A lot slower than Vlad. Vlad's 100. Vlad should be 250 speed or 240 speed. He should ally attack. There's no point me using my A2. I might as well hold it for now. Watch him come out here now. Oh, thank God. Right, let's try and get some buffs off, people. Right, we got a stun. That's good. Sleep we'll get a Necret sleep, probably. I would not have A2'd there, but there you go. It's a waste. But this is the problem. Because when you get sheeped, you lose all of your speed as well. So it's like, I'm just waiting. I'm just going to lose this. Do you know what? I can't be bothered. It's a waste. Waste of time. He's taking too long as well. All because of Polymorph. I've got a video coming out on Polymorph to basically say that Polymorph, the change they've done for Polymorph, contradicts why they changed the Polymorph. And that Polymorph basically is the same as strong as it ever is. The punishment doesn't fit the crime. That's the problem with Polymorph. Placing a debuff, the punishment I get for doing that is so severe versus what I'm doing. Like, I'm losing because of a 2-turn Polymorph. It's just so bad. I don't mind Stone Skin because there's ways you can work around Stone Skin, right? I mean, it's not great, but there's ways you can work around it. I don't mind Stone Skin. Polymorph, there's just no solution. Like, you can counter Stone Skin. You can bring bombs, you can bring buff strippers, you can try and out-tank the enemy, you can run so there's things you could do. There's nothing you can do about Polymorph. Like, there is physically nothing you can do about Polymorph. So you can't cleanse it, you can't stop it, you can't avoid it. Well, you can, you just don't pick the champions. I'm not going to go into too much detail because it ruins the video, but in the video I basically bring like 4 or 5 suggestions in which you can make it more balanced but still powerful. Oh, hey Italian. You got me. You were too slow though. I don't know if it was you or whether it was the server. It was just taking forever for me to do anything. That's why I quit. Not because I couldn't win, but because by the time I actually got a chance to do anything, I could have lost anyway. It was just taking too long. I'm probably going to lose because... No, you should have AoE'd. I took out the... I took out his Leo because I find without increased defense, Harima is not very good. Don't steal my turn meter. Don't steal my turn meter, thank you. So now I can basically do this. Lock out their skills. He can't do anything now. And I've won. Without increased defense, Harima is not very strong. At least early. She needs time to build up. XP boost doesn't do anything for account experience. What are you at? 6-1? It's not bad. It's not bad. Yeah, I was lagging for you as well. It was a server then. Yeah, it just seemed to be taking forever. I don't know why he didn't sleep. Obviously he didn't when he had block active skills, but... As I said, the problem with Polymorph is the punishment doesn't fit the crime, and there is too many effects that can trigger it. It happens too many times. I think fundamentally the easiest fix you could do for Polymorph is you treat it the same way you treat an artifact set. doesn't matter how many times you try to do something, it only rolls once. So I get a 1 in 20, a 1 in 4 chance that it's going to work. If I don't get it working, GG. Fine. Whatever. Doesn't matter. I should have gone Pythian here, not Uko. I made a mistake. We'll try that. I don't think it's going to matter. I think both his Siphi and his thing, I should have probably taken the Nuka away. We'll find out. I probably lose this one because I misplayed. I should have picked Pythian so I had more tankiness. So I could sustain it. But even then, like, his Baron will ignore my shields. If I pick Pythian, I could probably try and take out Jorgid, but these two are very difficult to stop. If I'm not going first here, I'm probably going to lose. Unless I can cut in. There's a chance I can cut in. No chance. I lose. Ooh, Bolster saved me. Can we get a stun? Bit of RNG. No. Never lucky. He's going to sleep my Necrat. You. Horrid. What happened to my shield? Oh, he stole my shield buff. It's okay. We're alright. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. I can't do anything because I cannot stop that. He's slapped me. There's a chance. If I can get my Constantine up, there's a chance, right? He's got everything he needs. I think he has to A3 here, otherwise he's going to wake my Constantine. Oh, you silly little person. I've won. I don't know if you had A3, but you should have used it if you had it. You can revive the Baron. But I can just... Like, the Baron's done for a while, right? He's used Sky Piercer. Can't do anything for a while now. So, bit by bit, I can just whittle down the Siphi. Oh, he stole the buff again. How annoying is that? Keep stealing it, like... Okay, now I should be able to take the Siphi out. Just keep doing that. Eventually one of these are going to stun. I don't think he's got anything left now. Probably should have taken the Uko. But I was just nervous. Can I get a stun? Yes. Now we win. I was nervous about the Uko, about the Baron getting back to his Sky Piercer. That's the problem. You just saw like the problem with the Baron there. If he Sky Piercers and he doesn't kill anyone, then he's kind of a bot. It's why I don't use Baron in Arena, because there's too many things that stop him. Reaction, Stone Skin, ally protection. There's too much that actually stops him being able to one-shot. It's fine for farming gold 5 teams, where you basically have like easy speed teams and easy ways to kill it. But for these kind of scenarios, I don't feel like he brings enough. Like his A4 is not enough to actually just one-shot, which is what you need. The Jorgid is different because he ignores everything and gets an extra turn. It's much stronger. You get more utility, but on his own, Baron is quite weak. You know, and if you don't get that initial oomph out of him, it feels like you can't do much. So, can they still turn me when you're under Stone Skin? No. Does having the XP boost? I've answered that question. Polymorph should be a Troll Blessing. Turn both champions into sheep. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't really make sense requiring accuracy if you think about it, because how many debuffers or buff stealers have resistance? Because you require accuracy to take the buffs. So asking me to put some accuracy on my champions, I probably already have enough anyway. Just with base values, I probably don't need it much more. So... Hey Saf, can you explain what all the Roman numerals and icons are for your champion's avatar? All the Roman numerals? They're just Crusader symbols, they're not Roman numerals. Or do you mean the BT4E? That's just a clan tag. Do you think the lack of... be honest. Like, take that away. See what we can do. But do you feel like do you think the lack of numbers for the Bannerlord Arena tournament are so we don't know how close the roads? I just think they did it as an afterthought. I'll be honest. I don't really think they put enough effort into marketing it. Do you think blessings should be a PvE, PvP effect? Things like polymorph are useless in PvP. I'm not against having blessings dedicated for PvP. I think that's fine. Probably going to lose this one, I would imagine. Wow, Ronda did 0 damage. The only reason why I think I'm gonna lose this one is I've got to try and get rid of triple revivers. That's going to be very hard. It's the only reason why I think this is going to be a loss, because I've got to try and get through so many revivers. We'll see now. We'll see how tanky they are. He's only 77, so he could be quite squishy. Like, that Ronda's about to die, basically. That Ronda is about to die. She has nothing. Nothing to protect her. She's about to get bladed. Now, the only advantage is he gets so much turn meter when there's reviving going on, so I can just keep killing her. They can revive as many times as they want. The revival will happen here. Oh, no, okay. There's a revive. There's my life harvest. Already destroyed a big chunk of her HP. Should probably kill the Uko, but it's fine. I got a backup revive. Like, the Uko's going to die, I would have thought. Oh, no, she's going to die straight away again. This is where the power of this life harvest comes in, right? He's probably going to revive with the Uko. I'd expect him to revive right now. Not a problem. Why? Because I've just destroyed more max HP. I'll just lock them all out again. I'll just keep doing it. Because Life Harvest gives me so much turn meter. This is where I think Life Harvest is really, really valuable. Like, can't do anything. You can punch someone a few times. Good job. You have no HP left. So I just keep killing you. Like, she should revive the Arbiter if she's got the ability to do so. Doesn't have it. So it's over now. But the value is there. Is not that Vlad is doing a lot of damage. Is the Life Harvest is just destroying the Ronda's ability to stay alive. It's really, really powerful. And you get so much turn meter. Even if you block revive, you still get turn meter off Life Harvest. It's so strong. I can't speak highly enough of Life Harvest. I think it's really, really strong. But yeah, I'm all for blessings that are PvP only. But I have no problem with that because it makes it easier to balance, right? Because you can balance things independent of the PvE quarter. That's why Poisons, for example, is a PvP only blessing, because if you put that in PvE settings, Poisons would be obnoxiously strong. So you have to balance it that way. I just think right now they haven't done that. There's just so many poor blessings. There's so few options for a blessing. You're almost forced into picking one or the other. The diversity is not enough. Is the Polymorph Blessing already live? No, it's probably not going to be patched until next window. Don't really know why it's going to take so long, but they've done that. When are we going to get these blessings? They're still rubbish, need to be changed vid. I mean, I did a whole video on how I would rebalance blessings. And, you know, I thought they were pretty good suggestions. Hey, Saf, I see you using Sissy and Hydra. Why is she good and what stuff do you suggest? I was using her in Hydra because it was paired with Artak. So you get decreased defense, weaken, burns, double activation, and you also get Artak's decreased attack. You have everything you need to do damage. That was the concept. We had a challenge once before that doing X numbers of dungeon runs, that number was to reach was insane. Oh, you mean the SummerSlam from last year? Yeah, that event that all of a sudden we magically got more points from. Yeah, I remember that. We don't talk about the Golem game. It's pretty awful. Saf, I think Polymorph is another example of this cyclical balancing. Debuffs were king, and this is how they shook up the meta. They were slowly nerfed over 1 to 2 years. Honestly, Polymorph was designed to stop the speed meta. It kind of did, but it's just too strong. What's up, Saf? Quick suggestion. Does the HH optimizer team suggestion have the speeds listed to include the area bonus of the speed? Yes, it does. If they have an area bonus, when they recorded that run, it will be included in the battle suggestion. Uko's passive is broken. I don't mind a buff getting stolen when someone receives the buff. I mind it getting stolen every time a champion gets a turn. Well, he only gets a chance to steal a buff when a buff is placed. So if you place a buff, then anyone on the enemy team can be stolen. So don't place buffs. He can't use his passive. I am going to be doing the new fusion biohack, yeah. I'm doing it begrudgingly, but I will do it. Do we have any sense of when Ultra Nightmare Hydra will be out? I honestly don't know what happened to the Hydra roadmap. The war kind of happened and we kind of lost it. So I don't really know what the plan is with Hydra right now. They just buffed Life Harvest, to be fair. Life Harvest got good because they buffed it. So is Life Harvest strong enough to survive in high-end Marichka meta? I actually think you pick one champion as polymorph, like Ultimate Death Knight, and then your support utility champion you want to pick as Life Harvest, right? Life Harvest with Taras is not a terrible idea because he's HP based, so you get HP stats, and you get a lot of turn meter. Life Harvest with Marichka, pretty good option. You don't really need more than one polymorph when you've got a high awakening, right? You don't really need more than one. Once you've got like one polymorph, like for example, Life Harvest on a Necra is a great idea. Why? Because you get ally attack, gives you agency. As long as you've got like control of the fight, you will probably win 9 times out of 10. So having champions that can take control of the fight is valuable. We are instantly not using Pythian here. Uko. I'm such an intelligent player. I'm not as smart as most people. I do make stupid mistakes a lot. So I try to be informative. Really? Is this what we're going to do? Fine. Do you know what? Bit by bit, we'll pick you off. So we're going to take out the Necret. We're going to put you. All we're going to do is we're not ever going to attack his Morty Macabres. This is going to hurt to watch. It's going to take a while, but this is what we're going to do. Plantain Pappy, thank you so much for becoming a minion. Welcome, welcome. If you join our Discord, you can request a minion role. Let me get the link up here. Once I take a turn. Let's just do that. Invite people. I really need to make some shortcuts for this, so I don't have to keep copying the link. If you join the link here, you can request a minion role. There's meant to be an integration. Doesn't really work, but hey. Yes, because when you... So, yeah, Liliatim, when you get Stone Skin, you're placed in a Stone Skin buff, so it triggers his passive. It's the same concept. You're getting a Stone Skin buff. So... It's the same concept, yeah? Oh, that just died. Didums. Actually, don't want to do much more damage now. Because I gotta wait out the Stone Skin buffs. So yeah, when you placing Stone Skin is a placing of a buff. So effectively, when he enters battle, you place a buff on yourself, his passive activates. Now, it's still a low chance that can happen because it's a 50-50 first that he's going to take that buff, and then a 50-50 that he can steal a Stone Skin. Well, that kind of sucks. Should be alright, though. Yeah, Polymorph is best on a champ that you don't want to take a turn. Basically. Now we just take out the second Morty Macabre. This is why you can't... I don't think Morty Macabre is as good in live arena as people think. He actually banned the wrong champion. I think, again, this is another example of someone don't realizing that Constantine, he block revives Demon Spawn without Vlad. That was the buff they made to him. The buff that they did to Constantine made him much stronger. Because now he can basically block revive anyone of Demon Spawn, Undead Hordes, or Night Revenant. So I'm going to do this because I don't want to kill him yet. I'm waiting for the veil to fall off. Once the veil falls off, our one shot is Mortu. GG. Yeah, you want to almost pick Mortu as a counter to Uko, right? I needed to have picked Uko first for him to draft that many Mortus. By going double Mortu, it forces it even easier because I can just take away his only other win condition. Now, I just basically kill off his other Mortu. Yeah, I think people don't realize that Constantine's passive was buffed so that he doesn't require Vlad. It used to always require Vlad. It doesn't anymore. for specific factions. He block revives Demon Spawn, Undead Hordes, and like he won't block revive this without Vlad. But he block revives 3 of these. So when you're banning Constantine, you need to ban the Vlad. He probably looked at the Blessing, probably, and was like, oh, that's really powerful. To be fair, it's a pretty harsh pick because he's only 1500, I'm 1747. This is why, to some extent, having a deep knowledge of all the champions is quite important for these things, knowing what your counters are, because picking double Mortu into Constantine, and then when I drafted Pythian, I can just avoid the Mortus until I can kill them. Take out the Duchess straight away, then work on it slowly, just tickle the little Pythian until I get to the Mortus and kill them. Not bad. 90% win rate there. What's the leaderboard like now? Ooh, they are climbing better. Some of them are. Where's Rats? Oh, Rats, he's not been playing. He's still waiting. It's still quite a small population, though, if you think about it. There's only 76 people in gold. So that's still quite a small population. But we're climbing. Like, this is now the highest rank, the number I've seen here. I haven't played Live Arena for a couple of days. So, you know, we're getting closer. I'm not far off Silver 3, actually. I'll be up Silver 3 soon. Might try and get the Void Shard tomorrow for Wednesday. Upgrades. Nearly. Well, that concludes our Live Arena for the day. It was pretty good. We'll take that. So, yeah. Yeah, it's in the description here, look. Enemies from Undead Horde, Demon Spawn, and Night Revenants are killed when this cannot be revived. All enemies killed by this champion cannot be revived when Vlad is on the team. That was the buff they did to him. Makes him really strong. Hey, Ford Mustang. Are there any plans to roll out some HH community comps using the free-to-play challenge tracker setup this year? We are probably going to talk about it. We're trying to sort out a few other features at the moment. We're trying to look to see if mobile optimizer is going to work. That's what we're working on as a focus at the moment, but we probably will do at some point. I'm also trying to make sure the guides are up to date for all the new hard mode dungeons, and we've got lots of different content pieces we want to get out as well. Would Life Harvest be good for Rotus, and at what level? No, for Rotus, you probably want Ward of the Fallen, because Ward of the Fallen is giga broken with Rotus. Right? This is giga broken with Rotus. And the reason why I say it's giga broken with Rotus is because of a coding, a bit of a coding thing, okay? This is going to be a technical way to explain it. The way in which the damage reduction is phased is different to the way that Rotus damage reduction is phased. So the way that Ward of the Fallen works is you get bone armor stacks when you start battle, 2 at like 3, you get 3 at rank 6, right? And what happens is that bone armor, each stack reduces damage you take by 30%. So at 3 stacks is 90% damage reduction, right? That's the way it works. If you've got 2 stacks, 60% damage reduction. Rotus passive here, where is he? The champion I don't own. If you take more than 50% of your HP, you get an extra turn, and it stops you taking more than 50%. So what can happen is, because of the placement of these reduction effects, this reduction happens after the engine, the battle, calculates how much damage you're going to take. But Life Harvest happens before you take damage, right? So there's a phase in which the game calculates how much damage you're going to take, and then there's a phase that happens before you take that damage. So what ends up happening is this happens, it'll go, okay, I'm going to try and deal damage to Rotus. It calculates the damage. If that damage is more than 50% of your HP, it basically procs your passive and caps the incoming damage at 50%. Then it takes that 50% and reduces it by another 60%. So essentially, you only take like 25% of your damage of your HP, but you get your extra turn. It's giga broken, in my opinion. It is crazy broken. Because essentially, you can take a Taras one shot and end up with like 80% HP and get your extra turn. With Life Harvest. Not with Life Harvest, Ward of the Fallen. And it doesn't matter that you don't get damage in sets, right? Because HP benefits Rotus. Because HP is based off... Rotus' damage is based off HP. So you get, with Ward of the Fallen, HP and crit damage. That benefits Rotus. This is, in my opinion, when you get up to this 4-star, the best HP-based damage blessing for someone like Taras and Rotus. It's really bad. What they should do is phase the damage reduction at the same point so that it calculates the damage reduction alongside his passive so that he wouldn't get the extra turn. Because he shouldn't get the extra turn and be on 80% HP. He should get the extra turn only if he falls below 50%. He wouldn't fall below 50% because he's reducing his damage by 30%. But essentially it goes calculate, reduce because it's at 50%, then reduce it a further 60% because this is going to apply before I deal damage. Giga broken. Hey Saf, looking back over your vids in the past, I thought you made a vid on how to farm Iron Twins fast, Sand Devil, though unsure what the two teams are, or Hydra. Any suggestions? Yeah, I do have a decent farm team now. A lot of people in chat will tell you to use the triple Painkeeper team. It's more reliable. Mine is Oella, Pythian, Geomancer. So I use Geomancer's burn, extend the burn, and just buff as quickly as possible to try and basically burn the boss down. Were Constantine and Vlad fusions? Vladimir was a fusion, Constantine wasn't. You had to summon Constantine. When they first introduced Live Arena, they said there were no duplicate champions. That's only in gold or higher, Dennis. When you're in gold, you will get that. Yeah, the area bonuses are strong. What types of champs benefit from Life Harvest? Champions where you want them to take turns. Cardiel, Siphi, someone like Necret. Champions that basically give you agency in the fight. So champions that basically do actions that are going to help you win it. Uko would be a very good one. People with that you don't want to take an action, like your Pythians potentially, or your Ultimate Death Knights, your tanks, your, Asuga Warcallers, they're the ones that benefit more from Polymorph. You want at least one Polymorph, and then Life Harvest can be an option. Why am I picking... What have you been buying? I've been buying Clan Boss, because I prefer Clan Boss. So... yeah. Well, the thing is, Kessel, the way it calculates it now is you need to deal 50% damage, which is his 0.5% of his HP, or plus the shield combined, right? But if there's an ignore shield effect, then the shield doesn't get calculated into it. So it basically means if you have a Baron A3 and you do 50%, you still keep the shield. It depletes the shield a little bit, but you get your turn, right? The way it works. Something like that. I'm not really sure if it ignores shield. It's a bit funky. But essentially, the ignore shield is factored into the calculation. So it works. They did change it so that the shield was calculated, because before what people used to do was run a 10,000 HP Rotus or something and get a really big shield on him so that you only need to take 5,000 damage and then you get an extra turn. Then they changed it so that the shield mechanic was part of it, which is fair. So... pulled a 6-star blessing for Aox today. Any suggestion? Aox is very good in Iron Twins. So you could run like a Cruelty if you want. Not really valuable. Or you could run like some sort of healing blessing. I don't really know what you do, actually. I'm not really sure what you're doing. Cruelty seems to be like the most logical option if you wanted to. Saf, what in your opinion on Candy? Is he still good for Live Arena usable? He's very good, especially with Marichka or an ally attacker, right? The thing with Candy is you want an A1. As much as possible. A1 is as much as possible. Once he A1s and cycles, it's very hard to take him out. If you compare him with an ally attacker like a Necret or a Marichka, a Cardiel, he will probably be very strong. His only problem is, can he kill Duchess? Picking him into Duchess is hard work. But if he can kill the Duchess, you're probably going to win with him. So how does Ward of the Fallen damage reduction stack with Candy? Well... I've not really looked at the phasing of Candy's damage reduction. Let's have a look. I have to check the code because it's not... I need to find the ID here. It's not something that's visible in the game. You'll never know it. That's done at phase 50, which is... Wrong window. Phase 50 is... I never know these things off by heart. I have to check them. Before the damage is calculated. See, that's different again. That's even different again. So Candy's passive here. This will apply before Ward of the Fallen. So Rotus's applies after the Ward of the Fallen. Candy's applies before Ward of the Fallen. Neither of them apply at the same time as Ward of the Fallen. So what's going to happen is if I'm going to deal 10,000 damage, before I even deal 10,000 damage, it gets nerfed by 40%. Then Ward of the Fallen is going to nerf it even further. So that's not really a major problem. It just means it doesn't really matter to some extent with him. It only matters because Rotus gets an extra turn. Basically. It's just the lack of consistency again. So why does he do this before the damage is calculated? Why does Rotus do it after the damage is calculated? And why does the Ward of the Fallen do it in the middle? What's the logic? Yes, Karmic. Save Soul Stones. Video tomorrow will explain it. So... I don't know, it's all a bit messy. Hey Saf, talking about 6-star souls, pulled Urticata and don't see any uses for her. She's very good in Clan Boss. Very, probably not so bad in Hydra. I mean, she was a decent Hex champion, right? She's a Demon Spawn Epic. She's one of those champions a bit like Bellinor. She benefits the team, not herself. But she's a great poisoner with good teammates, so her MVP is Clan Boss. She does quite a bit of damage in Clan Boss. But outside of that, not much use. So, does Life Harvest burst turn meter in Hydra when heads revive? No, because you never kill the heads, Daniel. The heads in Hydra change variants, just like Polymorph changes variants. It never actually dies. That's why block revive doesn't work. That's why upon death effects don't work. You never kill a Hydra head. You just change its variant. Blessing on Husk, Cruelty was probably a good one. Or, if you want to, actually, not Cruelty, I would go Heaven Cast. Because you don't debuff anything other than his A1, and you want to provoke. You don't really want to index into accuracy, so for Husk, I would go Heaven Cast. I wouldn't use Ward of the Fallen on Asuga. The problem with Ward of the Fallen is if you take any form of damage, you lose the stack. So, anytime an ally takes damage with Asuga, she's going to lose stacks because she's damaging herself. So you do not want to put something like that on an ally protector. Ward of the Fallen on an ally protector is terrible. On Asuga, you'd want something like Life Harvest, something that passively works, or Polymorph. She's a passive-based champion. She's there to absorb and not do anything. She's a meat shield, so you want blessings that work on meat shields passively. You do not want to do Ward of the Fallen on her. Ward of the Fallen is a bit like, it's designed, I think, a little bit around Chitis, the concept. The idea is all of my allies are dead, I'm invincible, and then I attack someone, and then I get my invincibility back. The problem is, it just tickles. However, in situations where you want HP plus damage, the stat buff paired with a bit of the effect is very valuable. Your thoughts on Morrigan? Would you just when you just also just pulled Arbiter? No need. She's a great secondary booster, Andrew. Pretty good for Sand Devil. Pretty good for Dark Fae if you haven't got like a Lysandra. She fills that role. And depending on where your faction guardians are, like my Morrigan could go faster than my Arbiter, so she might become the fastest champion. She's actually quite good. She can steal buffs, remember, so she can steal the Veil off the Dark Fae to help you increase your damage, because Veil will slow you down. She's actually, to some extent, she might be good in a secondary role alongside Lysandra, because you do lose the 100% decreased turn meter with if you swapped it for Lysandra. But if you don't have Lysandra, there's not many better champions that fill that role where you get that drop turn meter, increase speed, and then you can steal it. And you also get a decreased speed on the A1. She's very good for that. Cruelty resets when they respawn, Stiko. So when a head respawns, the cruelty stack resets. Sucks, but that's the case. Which champion do you find the most interesting? I actually think Artak right now is very interesting. There's lots of different ways you can build him. He's not like, place this set and off you go. Interesting is a difficult word. Like, is it kit interesting, style interesting, the way you use them interesting, you know? Just to brighten your day, I fed... Well done, Tommy. You're signing up for the right... You're in for the right kind of subscription there. That's great. How do I know how much accuracy I need with Heavencast? Do I just take the accuracy in stages 2 and deduct by Heavencast? Exactly that. So if you need 100 accuracy and you've got 5%, where you just basically take 100 times 0.95, you now need to do 95 accuracy. Just multiply it by the percentage you ignore. What's a good build for Rogash? Savage, I would say. Build him for damage. He's a very good damage dealer. You can build him tank if you want. I just prefer damage. Make sure you've got some accuracy if you need his debuff. Kimmy is very good. Yeah. Kimmy is really, really good. Does Stultus need accuracy for his passive? No. It was confirmed to me that effects that reflect debuffs use the target's accuracy resistance. So if an enemy tries to place a debuff on Stultus, it is not using Stultus' stats. It is using the target's stats. The person placing the debuff, if it's a weaken or a poison or a decreased defense. Enemies that transfer debuffs is different. So there's a reflect debuff is different to a transfer debuff. Someone like Lyssandra's A1, a Constantine A3, where it sends the debuffs off me onto an enemy, that requires accuracy, and that uses my build. But enemies that place a debuff that on someone that basically instantly sends it back, like a Stultus, it uses the enemy stats, which is both a blessing and a curse. Because if the enemy can't place debuffs on itself, then it's going to resist a lot. But if it can, then you're going to land it without needing to build anything in your Stultus. So, any artifact set consideration for Michinaki? I've got mine in lethal. I feel like ignoring defense is a good idea. He does a lot of damage. But you do want, like, mine's not fast enough. Mine's only about 200 speed. You probably want him at 250 speed, right? Make sure he's got enough accuracy. And then if you can, lethal. No, do it the other way around. You ignore accuracy, Quarantine. So basically, if I ignore 5%, it should be 100 times 0.95 because I'm ignoring 5%, which means the target now has 95 accuracy, and then I need to just do 95 plus 25. So I need 120 accuracy, right? Because I'm ignoring 5 accuracy based on the percentage. Oh, someone wanted to know the Vladimir build. Vlad is in Savage. He is at 251 speed, 271 accuracy. He's a bit of a hybrid build, really. I like him going quite fast because I feel like when he gets his passive roll in, where he will fill his turn meter by 50% if he kills someone, when Constantine's on the team, and the ability to steal turn meter here, he actually rotates his abilities really fast if you get him going quick, and a bit of accuracy as well because his debuffs are quite valuable in PvE content. So I've got him built squishy but damage with speed and accuracy. Ugo is... I don't even think Ugo's built properly, if I'm being honest. She's in weird sets. She's just built for speed. It's a terrible build, actually. It should be built better. I've not changed this build in months. It's just refresh. Like, I could probably put her in a refresh banner if I'm lucky. Yeah, look. Could literally just put her in triple refresh if I wanted to. Loads of them, see? I could just literally put her in triple refresh and chill. I really need to rebuild it. So, no, we've got to do Nightmare now. Just answering questions. Which 6-star blessing would you chuck on Melga? Revivers and support-based champions don't really benefit an awful lot from blessings. Like, people like solo champs like Orogrim. There's not really a blessing that benefits them. You could probably put something like Survival Instinct for tankiness or Faultless Defense so they stay alive. You could go Cruelty if you want, but I don't think they attack enough. Life Harvest is a trash blessing, never use it, so What blessings would be good for bomb champions? Well, if you want stats, lethal dose, even if it's not an arena, because it's the only blessing that gives you attack and accuracy. So yeah, generally stats, right? You want stats, just go lethal dose. How would I rework Ultimate Death Knight? I don't really know. Because I feel like if you take away his passive, you lose a lot of his identity. You'd have to basically make a new champion. I like the fact he gets stronger as our allies die. That's kind of cool. I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't make it 100%. Maybe I'd make it 50-50. Because there are other champions that basically reduce... Like, there's a Void Legendary that has a 30% chance to make a damage not happen. You know? The Void Legendary is less efficient than the non-Void Legendary. So maybe I wouldn't make it 100%. Maybe I'd make it a 50% chance. Then at least there's a chance you can counter it by RNGing. But when it's 100% with a 2-turn stone skin, it'd be terrible. Or maybe make it so that if he does drain it, he takes 200% damage from it or something like that. Yeah, Michinaki and Relentless is a good option as well. Michinaki does struggle to keep Hex up on his own, so having him going in Relentless is not a bad option. I agree. Because you don't really want to go Reflex because he uses all 3 abilities. Saf, did you just assume that Vlad's full name is Vladimir? I mean, I assume he's based on Vladimir, right? I just call him Vladimir. Counter time. Yeah, it's probably wrong. I don't know. I just thought it was. Does Noct and Truth have any uses at all? Noct is not bad early game and decent in Sand Devil. True Earth, I hear, is very good for Ice Golem for healing. She's a bit of a heal bot. I don't have both champions. I can't really say. But, yeah. Yeah, you could make him into like a mini FK shield. That's not a bad idea, Robo Ninja. I'm not very good at maths, so just to make sure. If I want my Husk to place debuffs on enemies that require 300 accuracy, and I do... So... What start awakening is he for Heavencast? And I'll work the math out for you now. Yeah, I'll put a 1-turn cooldown on it. That's another solution. Put a 1-turn cooldown on it. So it's still powerful, but now you can't go super slow because otherwise it's a bot. It'll probably destroy the champion, but who cares? At this point, I'm fed up of seeing Ultimate Death Knights. Saf, can you give me some tip about my Hydra team? Maybe something I can change. First team is Ultimate Death Knight, Seeker. Well, take out Ultimate Death Knight to start with. Seeker, Pythian, Ugo, Supreme Gaelic, and Artak. I don't think Ultimate Death Knight is very good there. The reason why Ultimate Death Knight is not very good there is you already have Supreme Gaelic and Artak. You have good decrease attack. You do not need another... All Ultimate Death Knight is doing there is his decrease attack, because his passive only works 50% of the time with bosses, so you can't reliably use him as a mischief tank. So I would look at replacing Ultimate Death Knight probably with someone who has AoE decreased speed. That would be ideal, because I'm pretty sure Supreme Gaelic is a leech, not a decreased speed. I could be wrong. Let me check. Yeah, his block buffs. Oh, no, he does have decreased speed. Okay, so I bring someone with leech and decreased speed. Like someone in that Nekmothar role. Ultimate Death Knight is terrible for that team. Doesn't do anything. Second team is Rector Brogni, Vizix, Uko with Provoke, Michinaki, Wuji. I don't think you need Wuji with Uko. Uko's going to provide the block buffs. I don't really know what Wuji's doing there. So I drop Wuji out of that team. And I would look to bring another DPS. You're a bit weak on damage there. I would take away Wuji and I would bring like a max HP nuker, like a Husk if you've got it, or a Royal Guard. But yeah, those were the two I would suggest. I don't really rate Ultimate Death Knight and Hydra at all. I think he's really bad in Hydra. I really think he's not very good. I really think he's not a good option. Wuji's mischief tanking. Just make, I mean, you don't need to make anywhere. Like, you don't need a mischief tank. You got block buffs. If you've got block buffs, you don't need a mischief tank. Like, I haven't got a mischief tank in here. I have resist champions, but I don't have a dedicated... I don't have anyone here that's designed to... If he steals something, I don't care. He's got block buffs. I lose a bit of turn meter. It's not the end of the world. So... Do you think it's a problem that Arena's getting more and more defensive? I think it's a problem that Taras and Marichka are too strong and you can't counter them. And the more they change the game, the worse they get. So it becomes a very indexed scenario where essentially you need those champions to compete. Technically, Kantra's not needed here, by the way. I made a mistake. We don't really need Kantra in this team, but we're going to use her anyway. Because it's just my nightmare team. Because we don't need to provoke. But if we do need to provoke, then she's here for that job. No, stream's still going. We're going to do Nightmare Hydra now. I need to kill the Torment Head as quickly as possible. So, that is the goal. To kill this head as quickly as possible. Why? Because I don't have a Torment solution in this team. It's fine, generally. RNG, nice. So I'm going to do this. Yeah, you do enter a phase where you have, to some extent, too many champions and you have a backlog, right? Right now I've got a backlog where I basically have... I have too many champs to book. I've got loads of champions that I can use for... I got loads of champions for basically, like, I've got ready to go. I don't really have any need to do any sort of 60 in, but I have a big need for booking, which can come from time to time. Yeah, I mean, Kantra, okay, I don't need to provoke, but look what she was able to do. She was able to place block buffs on the Mischief Head under Poison Cloud. Why? Because she's the only champion in the game that I know of that is capable of regularly placing debuffs whilst weak hitting. There are some champions that do some things on their weak hits, like it'll happen even if they weak hit. Like I think the new duo Alsgore and that. But she's the only one that can do all of those debuffs constantly. She's very good for it. So if the provoke head does come out, we're fine. RNG. We're getting good RNG with the Mithrala cleanse. Like you can see here, I do have some provoke tanks, right? But I don't really care if he takes it off my... I don't care if the Mischief Head steals anything. Why? Because I got block buffs. So what's he going to do? He's going to gain a bit of turn meter. Well, it's not the end of the world. Now, the only downside is, ideally, I would like to place Brimstone on a better champion here, but I can't because this is on cooldown. This is on cooldown. He won't use his A2 if there are no poisons out. He won't use his A2 if there's no buffs to steal. So basically, Brimstone goes random because I can't do anything for now. I need the Suffering Head out, ideally. I want the Suffering Head because the Suffering Head is the best damage for Brimstone. You really want to make sure your Brimstone champion is single target A1 so you can guide it to the right location. Because if you can't, Brimstone is very poor. Like, you can see here, like, I've got no options to do any damage on Brimstone here. Let's make sure he gets a burn because we need to kill the Torment Head. Remove RNG there. We just need to kill the Fear Head. The Fear Head is the weakest part of this team because I don't have a Fear solution. See, I don't care that he stole my buff. Why? Because he's got block buffs. Doesn't bother me. He got a little bit of turn meter. Who cares? I don't. That's why Ugo is so powerful because it doesn't matter if they steal buffs. It makes it so much easier to play the game. We stop the Wrath getting increased attack. We stop him getting reflect. We stop all the different annoying things that can happen in the game when we don't have those block buffs. We are in a bit of an awkward situation here where we haven't got block buffs on the Wrath Head. We don't really want him getting any reflect. Probably because we had a few like issues where we 3%ed, but we can probably throw this out. We get a backup decrease accuracy, and then we're going to get that out there. I really think like Kantra is, in my opinion, massively underrated for her role in Hydra. People think she's only in here for provokes. I made a mistake there. I shouldn't have burnt. That's a massive underestimation of what she does. Her debuffs are very good. The problem with Kantra is you just need her to get going. But look at the priority debuffs. Decrease Axie, very good. Weaken, very good. Decrease speed, very good. Decrease attack, very good. Block buffs, very good. These are all buffs you want. These are all debuffs you want to have. In my opinion, she is... Like, I would put her in every Nightmare team I have. Because she gives you the utility that you can place those debuffs if things go wrong. She gives you the utility of having... the healing. Because she'll heal when... Like, she gets this passive. Whenever a debuff falls off, she heals by 2500 HP. She also is reducing all of the enemy's accuracy for each debuff they're under. So that Wrath Head right now is getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 debuffs. That head, the Wrath of Head, has minus 90 accuracy. That's a lot. That's nearly the same as having decreased accuracy. That's a lot. Kantra's not in reflex, she's just in tanky sets. I don't actually know what her build is, I'll have to check. I think she's just in priority stats. Let's throw that out. Save that. Is War Chief good for Hydra? Not a bad provoker, a bit basic. I actually find it's quite difficult to keep War Chief alive as well. I find he's generally quite squishy. What are we going to get? Okay, Provoke Head. So this is the risky position we're in right now. We really need to get debuffs out like yesterday. Which we don't really have the capability of doing. Because we haven't got decreased speed out. So we can get block buffs. There's 2. We kind of need to get back. That's really important. That's going to help us. Because that's going to drop the turn meter. When the Mischief Head dies, you get all of the turn meters dropped from all allies. That weak hit was not great, I'll be honest. I need to do poisons. There's one more. Burn it. Provoke it. Provoke it. Kantra, do not let me down right now. Thank you. Okay, so we might as well try and put Brimstone out on this head because he's going to do his A3. So we know that's going to happen. Might as well attack that. What's the point of attacking a dead head? You get 200% more damage. It's very valuable. Look how much more damage I'll deal here. If I get a chance to do damage. Weak hit, probably. 28,000 without decreased defense. You always want to attack a dead head. That's where you get most of your damage from. Yeah, it's 200% more damage. Like, I'll A1 there because I'll get more out of it. Poison Cloud doesn't do anything. $55,000. We know that was going to happen. It's fine. Can I use Dwedan as a provoker in Hydra? Thanks. Does it work the same way? I don't think it does, because Taunt is basically you have to use your skills on me, but you can use any skill that you've got. So it's still going to cleanse, right? It's still going to work exactly the same way. Excellent. Now we are in... This is peak. This is really, really good. Why? Because we got Suffering Head. So it means I'm now going to have priority Brimstone target. Every time I can get an opportunity, I'm going to put Brimstone on this target. And it means no matter what happens... I don't really want to burn you for now. So now Brimstone has fallen off. I will only A1 that until that happens. This head is the best head for Suffering, by but for Brimstone by quite a mile. Why? Because you get extra turns. You get quick cycles, 3-turn cooldown, 4-turn cooldown. She cycles. This head cycles a lot, so you can get a lot of Brimstone procs. And because I'm using Nekmothar, it means that I will cycle back around to counter his abilities before the cooldown is off, because it's quite a slow head. I just need to try and get the damage on this. Getting the Royal Guard out is the hardest part of this team, often. It's normally okay. Just need to get some AoE damage out. There we go. There's the Brimstone proc. We've got 2 procs there. Now we basically want to wait. We want to hold it until we get back around to that ability. I won't AoE until I've got Brimstone back out on Suffering, because I don't want to randomize it onto a wrong target. How come you don't use HP burn on the Geo on the Wrath Head? Because I want the Wrath Head to stay alive as long as possible. Because I want the Wrath's passive to proc so that I get more Geomancer passives, right? When the Wrath Head procs, he does an extra attack, which means I get more damage out on my burned targets. So you never burn the Wrath Head, you always burn every other head. And I won't burn the Suffering Head because I want the Suffering Head to stay alive as long as possible so that I can get more Brimstone procs. I want the Suffering Head to stay alive as long as I possibly can get it to. See, all those extra damage is there because I got that passive attack. Now we can AoE because we got the Brimstone out. Probably shouldn't have done that, I'll be honest. I probably should have saved that, and I probably should have saved that as well. But hey, what are we going to get? Mischief Head, not a problem. Might as well kill the Vengeance here, because if he's got Vengeance up when he dies, he does a chunk of damage to everyone. So we might be able to basically pop a bit of damage. If we can pop the head. I don't know if we can. We might be able to. Can we pop the head? Nope. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Now I have to be careful because there's a reflect buff, right? I can do one of 2 things here. I could use Geomancer's A2. I'm not going to. Why? Because, of course... Oh, we're getting an extra turn there. I'm going to take the ally protection away. Oh, we're going to take that away. I was going to say why. Because Cantra's A1 can steal buffs. So if you do end up in a situation where a few buffs are left out there, just use Cantra's A1. Go over there, steal it. Can't because we haven't got Hex out yet. But her A1 is a great backup option for, oh god, there's a reflect out, or there's a block debuffs out, or something's been stolen. Okay, no problem. I'll just, like this scenario now. This would be normally quite bad because I don't really want to sheer strengthen. I could either steal all the buffs with Geomancer, or I can do it with Cantra. It gives you a little bit of utility. Have I thought about doing takeovers on here? I'll probably leak people's account information. It's like here now, I can basically take away strengthen. So reliable. Did you consider taking computer science for some coding class? I did look at it doing my master's in coding, but it took so long. It was like 6 years to do it in computer science. I just didn't bother. Did it in philosophy instead. Bit of boost damage there. 20 mil. So I've sent you a DM regarding Heaven Cast Math whenever you get a chance. No hurry. Let's have a look. Okay, so he's 6 stars. So you're going to ignore 40%. And you need 310. So you're basically going to do... So the boss is going to have 186 accuracy. So you need to have 211. Yeah, 211 accuracy. Because you'll ignore 40%, so the boss will be left with 186, and then you just need to add 25 for the formula. That's what you need, okay? Again, we're not going to AoE. Why? Because we want to replace Brimstone. We only ever AoE when there's Brimstone out. That difference is 5 million damage. The difference between her placing Brimstone regularly and not is about 5 million damage. It's a very big deal. The Hydra head's wondering why the game paused. Yeah, I do want to kill this here. Oh, Cantra didn't provoke. We might be in for a sore lesson here. We also don't have decreased speed out on that head. I think we're going to get a cleanse here. Oh, we might be alright. I got an extra turn. Please don't be fair. Oh, this could be a fail. I'll be honest. This could be a fail. I've got a feeling we're going to get cleansed. I got a feeling this is going to cleanse. And she didn't provoke again, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Too many debuffs. This is the only problem with this team. You can over-debuff the cleanse head. So I don't have capacity to place a provoke. Too many debuffs. So we're going to get cleansed. Nothing I can really do. It's going to happen. The plus 25 is all you need to beat the accuracy check, Hershen. Yeah? So if you want to be able to beat the accuracy check, you add 25 to the enemy's resistance. But hey, it's okay. Why? Because Nekmutha on, he got eaten straight away. Oh, this is awful. Oh, well, this is terrible. Not gonna lie. This couldn't be possibly any worse as a combo. And she resisted. Oh my god. This is like the worst RNG possible. A weak hit with Ugo. And now we got stealing buffs. Oh my god. I think this is a wipe. That RNG is a wipe. I think. I'm pretty sure it's a wipe. I'll decrease speed out at least. I'm pretty sure that's a wipe. Because everything bad happened in a split second. And I don't know if I can get her out in time. Oh, now I fears. I'm going to have to RNG it. No, not enough damage. No decreased defense. Everyone's feared. It's a wipe. Because of bad RNG. Oh, we got her out. Okay, maybe okay. As long as I don't lose Royal Guard. If I can get people alive, we might be alright. If I can get some control back in. Who's got Leech? Oh, it's got heal reduction. Burn you. Please don't cleanse again. Heal. It's going to fully heal that head, isn't it? I pressed provoke. Fully healed. I don't know if I can keep him alive. I get himself killed, didn't I? I recovered, but it's looking bleak. I have nothing to protect. Don't kill him. I need to heal. I don't have a heal. Don't have anything. It's really awkward. Oh, it's really awkward. I've lost Geo. It's a reset. Everything was going perfect, except for one awful RNG moment. I had one awful RNG moment in which the head came out fully cleansed because I didn't have enough debuff slot, which meant I lost my Cantra straight away, and then I couldn't place the debuff because I weak hit on Ugo. This game is rage-inducing at times. I don't know. It's just playing a playlist. Curing set is pretty good for someone like Woad Painted, but apart from that. Oh, that's broken me a little bit. No, it's just really bad RNG. Basically, I got the cleanse come out because I over debuffed the head at the same time as Cantra got eaten, at the same time as Ugo weak hitting on the head on the left, and it all just kind of like fell apart. It was going really smoothly as well. But I just got one set of bad RNG and I couldn't recover. Happens, I guess. It's the only problem with Ugo. She is weak affinity for things. There's not much I can do about that. She's not the best champion in the world for affinity. Oh, wow. I can probably try and steal those buffs away. One poison cloud, that's not the end of the world. Throw that out there. We go again. I never use short keys now. Is Husk better in Royal Guard's spot? Not really. My Royal Guard is in Reflex Triple Refresh. It's very strong. Very, very strong. No, it was a problem because I wasn't paying attention, really. I shouldn't have over-debuffed the... I over-debuffed the bar. That would have been a problem regardless, because I didn't have a capacity to place Provoke. And then I followed it up with getting eaten, which then followed up also with Ugo weak hitting the head that ate it, which is the Mischief Head, which meant that he didn't have any block buffs, which meant that he stole buffs to stop everything else, and it just all fell apart. It was a combination of them all, basically. And I also had the Fear Head up at the same time, so I was losing lots of things with Fears, which is bad RNG. Normally I can cope with a Fear Head death. I got double cleanse, so I can deal with the fear. Brimstone's kind of a waste there, it's not going to make a difference. Just need decrease accuracy out from Cantra and then we're fine. Getting burnt. Take away all those. We just got really unlucky. You're using Deliano instead of Ugo. Yeah, it's a decent option. As I said, it's just bad luck that last run. I've done this team so many times on Nightmare, it's normally not a problem. It was going really, really well. We just got a really awful combination of bad luck. You think, you know, if you basically said, what's the odds that you overfill the debuff bar, followed by a consumption of your Provoker, followed by Torment Head coming out, followed by a weak hit. It has all four actions have to happen in order for me to have lost that, because I lost control from being able to re-provoke the cleanse head. Then he started putting life barrier on people, and then it just all starts falling apart because you can't recover. You can't get the decreased speed off. Decreased speed is such an important factor here. This A2 is my healing. It's my slowing the enemy down. It gets me back around to abilities. It's everything. If I can't get that A2 out from Necmo, it's much harder to play this fight. This team gets a lot harder. You can see I'm losing a lot of turns from the fears, which is not great. because we lose some of the debuffs, but it's manageable. Like you see, I'm losing my stuff. I can get him burnt up again. The smite should do some damage here. Trying to stay away from it. I don't have an awful lot of healing in the team. I'm reliant on attacking for heals. So basically not being able to take turns hurts. Because if I can't get this A2 out, I can't get the speed. You see how much I heal now because of those effects. Yeah, my Royal Guard is well built. He's got reflex, triple refresh, right? That's a lot. That's very powerful. I can chain A2s back to back. It'd be nice if I can get rid of this Fearhead. There's a bit of damage. Right, yes. Let's burn. Give me my Royal Guard back. Now this is going to be awkward because we're going to kill heads all at the same time. I don't like normally killing heads consecutively. I like to kill them in a bit more spaced out manner. I don't want them all dying all at the same time because you then just have a situation where you have to get everything set back up. Right, got Royal Guard out. I don't really want to use my block buffs. As much as I want to do damage, I don't want to. Because if I don't have the ability back, it's going to be awkward. I might have to, though. I'm going to use that. Reset the turn meter. Just start AoEing a bit. We are going to use it. I know I should wait, but she's weak hit anyway. Affinities. Do a bit of damage there. We're going to put Brimstone out, which is a waste, but can't do anything about it. Is Royal Guard better than Husk? Affinities matter, right? If you haven't got the right affinity, then Husk might be better than Royal Guard. So affinities probably play more of a factor. Like, I don't need a provoke in here because I've got Cantra. She's good enough. Right? This is a worse scenario. I've got to get set back up. So I just need some good RNG. There's a poison. We'll be able to get 2 out of here if we don't weak hit. We weak hit. Great. This is like the worst case scenario. I've got 5 now, but I've got to get back round to it, which I'm probably not going to be able to. Because I didn't get the decreased speed out early enough. The Torment Head is back, which is the worst for this rotation. And we got that. Okay. Well, we didn't get really what we wanted. I'm probably going to get cleansed here. Didn't provoke. Thank you, Cantra. RNG on RNG. We're going to get cleansed. There's not much we can really do right now. The only good thing is it's going to give me a guaranteed turn, so I can boost back up and hopefully get it set up here. It's actually... That's an okay scenario to get cleansed because there wasn't much debuffs out anyway. If I can get them back around and get them all back up as quickly as possible, right, we'll do that to try and get decreased accuracy. We didn't get it. Hopefully we'll get there. There's 2. Get a poison out. There's 5. So hopefully now we'll get a provoke. Cantra. Oh my god, she's failed 3 times in a row. On the head that I just burned as well. Of course it would. The one head that I want to kill quickly. Thank you. It's not, I mean, it's just bad RNG. Like, what is going on? The odds of me not placing it that many times in a row. I don't know. odds of me doing that is so low. She's just getting it all out of her system now. Put the phase away. Save that. Right, Cantra, please provoke the Head of Decay. Doesn't even matter now. She can take her time now because I've got 2 turns before I need to get back in it. Three in a row. She is really annoying me right now. Cantra, for the love of all that is real, provoke the goddamn Head of Decay. Oh, it's not enough debuffs now. Stupid thing. Lose my rag with this queen of a toque. Cantra, for the love of all that is real in the world, please provoke the Head of Decay. Come on, you can do it. Cantra. Cantra, you can do it. You know how. You're capable. There we go. Oh. I feel like I had to beg for her to do that. Not gonna lie. Right, now what we need to do is get back under control a little bit. Probably get this dude stunned away. Nice. Get that dropped. We kind of need to just kill the Torment Head now. And we need to get some debuffs out, because once again, we don't have enough debuffs there right now. So it's fine to do that, because we need him burnt. Get rid of that. Get that out. Decrease attack, didn't get it. Oh, Necro's been eaten, that's nasty. That should be fine though. Provokes out, great. That's what I want to see. Then we're okay. Right then. Sorry, I've not really been focusing on chat because this has been a bit stressful, more than it normally is. Fears. Okay. Please. Oh, why have I not got a debuff again? Ah, oh, for the love of all that is real. Stupid Hydra this month. Oh, you 3%ed the burn. I'm gonna lose my mind today. I'm so annoyed right now. Cannot tell you how frustrated I am with this. I can't do anything. Weak hit, thanks. Necmo's just weak hitting all the time. Cantra's about to be eaten, which means I can't do anything because I can't provoke. Honestly, the RNG tonight is on another level. I've never had this much RNG problems. Ever. Maybe I can get that stunned at least. Need to heal. Can I get it stunned? It's gonna cleanse again. Need to get Brimstone out. Okay, stunned at least. That gives me a turn. This is where I need Royal Guard's A2 available like yesterday. I need Ugo's A3 here. A2. Don't have it. Not great. Because I don't have decreased defense out. So we're going to have to wait. He doesn't have it either. So basically, I've got one turn to try and do this. The provoke. I need to take that ally protection away. The problem is he's going to die because of reflect buff. You can't do it anyway. Full cleanse coming out. Oh, I got a boost. No. Sorry, I'm not focusing on chat right now because this is really stressing me out. At least I got some Brimstone procs out early. I need to do that now. So I'll get her out. And it's back into another poison cups. I'm going to lose my mind. This is slowing my damage down so much because I cannot get control of the fight. Right. Provoke that head. Control it. She didn't provoke. 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 Why didn't she provoke? I'm so done with this. I've overfilled the Terminator bar again. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I got 9. I've got to be very careful. I can't A2 after A1. She didn't provoke again. Oh, I hate Cantor right now. This is like the worst I've ever had in a row. She's not provoked like 7 out of the 9 times. What terrible odds that are. Don't even care. She's not going to do it anyway. Let's see if we can kill it this time before... Oh, Gio's nearly dead, which is not great. I have to say, not the best. Gio's about to die if I'm not careful. Gio, like, that's kind of useful that, like, he got eaten there, because I'm pretty sure he was about to die. Right, Brimstone's out. Good. Now, can I get some AoE max HP? Not the best, because I probably should have waited, but... I cannot afford for this not to provoke right now. I need the provoke out here. Right, okay, good. Now, let's get some AoE control. Ugo's nearly dead. Ugo is dead, which is terrible. Might have to restart again. I might be able to cope without Ugo. We'll find out. This is the worst Hydra I've experienced in terms of RNG in about a month. This is normally like a half-hour job for me tops. Smash it, off I go. The problem is now I've lost my block buffs. And I've lost my decreased defense. Just a hell of a lot of damage to lose. May be able to get to 36 million on this run. But I doubt it. Probably haven't got enough. Honestly, it's never a problem, but it's just the fact that I got poison clouded into a full cleanse twice in a row. Now we're getting some RNG procs. Thank you. We're getting some refresh procs now. He's kind of dead. He's not great, so we need to get him surviving like yesterday. Another nuke. There we go. I have to AoE. Get some healing out. He's still not great. He'll be alright once I get some shielding going. You get Brimstone back out. Right. This is the first I've felt comfortable in this run for about the last 10 minutes. I don't really care about that right now. It's not great, but I can't stop. Oh, that's awful. May be able to take it away. Good. Into a burn. Get rid of him. Don't be fair, thank God. Okay. That's good. Now all I need to do is just try and get some healing out on my Geomancer. And then I think we can get there. Get some healing. That's not bad. Kill this poison cloud head as quickly as I can. We don't have to provoke anymore, which is great. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I'm sorry, I've missed the entire chat because I've not stopped like staring at this goddamn run. Geomancer's just a little bit low HP right now, so we need to just improve that. Didn't steal that buff there, it's kind of annoying. Buffed up. Doesn't do anything. Let's burn you. Poison Cloud Head is the one that has to die. That's not ideal. Took a lot of damage there, and gonna have to try and steal those buffs. Ugh. He's so close to dying. I'm struggling to keep him alive. That has to go. He didn't get the increased attack out. That's really bad. He's down. Okay. We're scraping it. Basically, we are now just praying we can get enough Royal Guard procs. I shouldn't have done that. I should have Brimstoned. Hopefully we can get Royal Guard out. Strength and buff, that's fine. It's not looking great right now, I'll be honest. I don't know if I can get enough damage out on that Mischief Head. Wrath is going to go, but Brimstone won't proc. Come on. No. Oh. Okay, what is the one key? Is it 36.6 mil? I need 1.6 million damage from no damage dealers. I'm gonna fall short by a mil. This Hex debuff has got to do some work. Oh, it's the Torment Head. The worst head possible. Okay, we're relying on Brimstone, and we're relying upon Hex, basically. Good. Hex gets back out. Brimstone. Brimstone. the stress. This is the most stressed I've ever been on stream in a very, very long time. Get rid of the reflect. Nice. Cleanse. No. Okay, it's fine. It's not the end of the world. 36.2. Single target. Brimstone. Yes. Come on. Come on. 300k. Come on. Come on. 300k. Brimstone should do it. Come on. Poisons. Here we go. Never again am I doing this stupid game mode. That was the worst experience of my life. Literally the worst experience of my life. Cantra nearly outdamaged Geomancer, for God's sake. That's how much I had to depend on that Brimstone. She almost outdamaged the Geomancer. Dandabear, thank you for gifting 5 more memberships to the community. I really appreciate it. I have no idea what you guys were talking about whilst I was doing this. I have no idea. That's the most stressed I've ever been in my life. I had the worst, like, if you think in that run, I had 2 scenarios where it did full cleanse into Poison Cloud. I lost Ugo very early on. Like, I had double Torment. If you could literally list all the bad things that could happen to me tonight on this team, that would be it. It wasn't even Cantra's fault that much, although she did miss a few. 36. By the skin of my teeth. This was the... This is my nightmare team, by the way. Whisper. Whisper out-damaging Michinaki. We've changed that. I feel like I need to lie down after that one. That's the brutal team that I ran. But I do need to work on Michinaki. He's a bit slow at the moment. I need to speed him up. Probably not. But as I said, I never run this on auto. I never run Hydra auto. It's the only place of content I don't run auto. I enjoy not running auto most of the time. She's a beast, honestly. Ooh, Whisper is a beast. Do not sleep on Whisper. She is one of, if not the best. Like, you take out Acrizia, you take out some of the other big single, like the max HP nukers. There's not many champions that can match Whisper's damage profile. Relentless, full damage, full nukage. Full damage, full nukage. Standard War Master, keep her alive. Beast. Absolute beast. I've got a specific Whisper video guide coming up this week. So that covers other areas that I use her in as well. Like it covers the Dark Fae team that I'm running at the moment. Right, it covers this team. Which has normally got Lysandra here, but she's in the vault being trained. So covers that. The team that I'm running up here at the moment is this. Outside of the one-shot teams, it's pretty fast, right? It's probably the fastest that I can run it without the one-shot team. Some of these floors are horrific though, right? Which one was the horrific one? This one, right? One of these is double Mortu. One of these floors is double mortar, and it's an absolutely horrific floor. I think it's 1 of 4, something like that. That one was pretty nasty as well. So... yeah, Michi... my Michinaki is too slow. Pull the Soul Stone to celebrate? No. We hoarding. We hoarding. Oh, what I should do, though... attack. Lag. Lag. Use some of my nice gems that I earned from that pass. That little deck of fates thing. God. That's actually made me a bit exhausted, that run. I'm tired after that. I think good here. It's pretty lame. No personal, no. But I still do it anyway because it just is... like, for the small amount of gems that I'll spend there, it's the best gem versus CvC point exchange in the game. I haven't had a look at the stuff that I got from the Forge Pass. Let's see. Flat stat, crit rate, attack percentage, speed accuracy, speed accuracy. So, we have a resistance piece. We have resistance set, and not a single piece. There was one there, rolled resistance. In that brill. We'll roll it, see what it gets. Maybe it triple rolls. Meh. Sell. Meh. Sell. Is it worth using Auron? I mean, if it quad rolls, that's not so bad. I shouldn't be doing that, that's dumb. It's kind of lame. Low roll, crit damage with resistance and crit rate. It's pretty trash. That was a waste of silver, don't judge me, I'm still traumatized from Hydra. I'll farm the silver back tomorrow anyway, so. Oh, jeez. I mean, it's HP, but it's like, it's flat HP. It's really bad. I'll keep it. I mean, am I ever going to want speed plus resistance with damage stats at low roll? No. I'll keep it. It's a damage piece, it's an off piece. Well, that was great, wasn't it? Done all these, done all these. I'm pretty much pretty good. Clan boss. Let's just run that. What have we done? Yes. Yes. Yeah, reminder, buy refills. What's a good speed for block buffs champion in Hydra? I like to hit the 250 mark. I feel like 250 is a great breakpoint for speed when you want someone who does debuff effects. Generally, it covers everything you need. My Ugo is kind of built for Arena. I haven't really rebuilt it properly for Hydra. When I build the second Ugo, I'll probably rebuild both of them at the same time. I just never bothered building it, basically. I just threw it in. So we need like 100,000 per month to buy the bizarre things, so of course you're going to do refills. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the value, right? I use it as free gold bar farming at the same time. When reworking pieces, aside from the type of stat, do you do the way how things roll change as well, or do they stay the same? So it keeps the position in which you triple rolled, it just changes all of the stats. So the triple roll can change, but you still triple roll. But it stays in the same position, right? So if the third substat triple rolled, the third substat on the rework piece will be triple rolled. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I probably am going to stream for another 20 minutes, and then I'm going to go play Diablo 4 and chill after that. I'm pretty exhausted after that Hydra run. It's tired me out. It's a bit shorter than normal, but yeah. I'm a bit tired, really. And it's clan versus clan tomorrow, so it's going to be a busy couple of days. I actually think we're going to get a fair bit of news this week, because we should be due a patch, right, with the fusion. So I'd imagine they're going to be releasing some news about what's coming in the patch, probably tomorrow or something. So I'm keeping my eye out for that as well. Pulled Whisper's 5-star soul. Oh, that's amazing. Phantom Touch on Whisper is really strong. It helps the damage profile. Really big. She's really good. Okay to show the Seekers runs? Yeah, I'll show it after the run. Diablo stream follow-up. Now you're back with us. Can you check the coding for Morrigane's A2? She doesn't steal buffs on bosses, at least not on Dark Fate. Only places decrease accuracy. I can check that. She should steal it. She should steal it. Let's have a look. No, it should steal it as well. There's no condition for the boss. Ruthless, it should steal, then place the debuff. So it's coded as 3 separate events, right? Steal debuffs. Steal debuffs. Then if the target is not a boss, do one thing. If the target is a boss, do another thing. Lilith looks like with it. Lilith looks amazing, right? You're going to do CvC stream along on also we know about the CvC summon events. Yeah, so tomorrow it's a times 10 for Trunder. Wednesday it's a times 10 for Acrisia. We're on patch 7.1, so the next patch will be 7.2. I'm talking about low rolls and high rolls, like example, something having... Can it change something high or lower? Yes. The only thing that's guaranteed that it's a triple roll. What stat it rolls and how big or how high or how low it rolls will change. The only thing that stays the same is the rarity, the slot, and the position in which the triple rolls happened, or the double rolls or the single rolls. The roll position changes, it stays the same. The rarity stays the same. The set stays the same. The star rating stays the same. What changes is the stat, and then the roll range changes as well. So you can take a high roll percentage and re-roll it into a low roll percentage. It can happen. The middle of the team is Razelvarg. So we got Razelvarg, Demitha, Rorik, Riho, and Seeker. I did a video on this team a couple of weeks ago. I actually have a follow-up video coming out tomorrow on this team. I need to check where it is. Oh, there you go. So I have a video coming out tomorrow with a revision of this team, which is quite fun. You'll like it. Tentatively called Jessica Rabbit. I do love my clan boss names. Could be a visual bug, Ruthless. It should steal it. As long as it doesn't resist, it should steal it. Because it's not a protected buff on the Dark Fae. It's funky. I would say pull for Crisia. That's all I'm going to tell you. I'll pull my Void Shards. I don't have many of them. I have like 2 Void Shards. So I'll pull them. Probably not going to get it. Let's face it. I can't even pull Sacred Shards and get a champion. You got Supreme Kale yesterday. Is he anyway usable on a late-ish game account? Absolutely. So any area, like he's amazing. Absolute god tier in Hydra. God tier in Sand Devil. God tier in Iron, not so much Iron Twins because you don't want the poisons. He's actually really strong for a lot of bosses. Like, even though he, like, the thing is, he just makes all of the teams much easier to build, and he places lots of debuffs. It makes him God tier in lots of places. People undervalue the strength of the champion just because, you know, you can easily get to 350 accuracy doesn't mean you don't want it. He's very, very, very strong when you pair him with a resist buffer as well. You just get so much utility. So, Night Leroy. You need to figure a Razzlebarb to make the Seeker team. This one's quite fast. It's quite awkward. The more accessible ones are the ones that Deadwood has done, to be honest. Deadwood's done a lot more accessible teams. This is much more of a specialist experimentalist team, right? This is stuff that I like running for fun. You can see the damage output from it is mental. What content do you use Morrigan the most in? I use them mostly in Arena, and I also use it sometimes in like she can be used in Stand Devil, but I don't. I use them mostly in Arena as like a magic-based Lissandra, especially when I need to do the things like beat the thing is like Forge Pass 1, beat Arena with 3 magic champions or something. I just sub out Lissandra and put in Morrigan. Technically, Morrigan could be my fastest champion on the account because I've got a 10 out of 10 Faction Guardians in it. If I wanted to move it away from Acrisia, I could do. I have Theodore and Calvalax. Could Supreme Gale, along with those two, do some very fast team runs? Yes, I mean, he plays poisons, right? So you just basically make him a poisoner with he's like a backup Calvalax a little bit with cooldowns. So I don't really know if he makes it much better, but he's probably pretty quick animations, I guess. Do you think it's more fun to build an unkillable team or traditional? Unkillable. Because you can push the boundaries of an unkillable, which you can't with a traditional. Because the thing is, the traditional can't be beaten. Like the Infinity comp is the best traditional team, right? Whereas you can make unkillable teams do more funky things and push the boundaries with pushing more attack, right? You can make your champions hit really hard, like 418,000, just like that, right? I mean, there's more flexibility in unkillable teams. You can build them in more funky different ways. I find traditional teams are a little bit bog standard. You either build Infinity or you build like a 2-1 extendable comp with like a Godseeker, an Area, or a Krisk, and then you put an Ally Protector in. It's kind of like... There's not really much you can do with a traditional team that you can do with an unkillable team. It's not to say you can't do funky stuff. Like Hellhades last night did a funky stuff with King Galkapar and Ganeshak. You can do funky stuff with traditional teams. I just think that unkillable teams... You can include more champions that don't get included in traditional teams. This is just brutal. I'm just doing my third key for the day. Sav, how did you end up being another forward-facing member of HH Gaming like the streaming and videos? Your main role is very back-end. Yeah, they hired me as a developer and somehow I became a content creator. I guess we just talked about, like we were talking about we wanted to make the HH Gaming channel like a company channel. Because someone was saying, like someone made a comment, why don't I make it my channel now that I've basically put all videos out? Because to be honest, it's a company endeavor. I don't do the thumbnails. You know, I don't do all of the editing. It's a team effort. So it's the team's channel. Just because I'm the face of it and I do all the content creation doesn't mean that it's, you know, yeah, okay. I'm the voice of the channel, but I'm not the only person on the channel that's working on it. So we wanted to build the channel as like sort of growth for the company. And bit by bit, I did more videos, I did more content. I guess I got into it a bit more. And now I'm a content creator, I guess. And I stream and play the games and do different things. I guess as well, because I'm quite opinionated on things, it kind of works. Because some people loathe my opinions, some people value my opinions. But having an opinion is more valuable than not, in my opinion. Ironically. Having an opinion about an opinion. Layers. 2 billion. Yeah, I mean, it's hard. Does Tio activate burns and poison at the same time? Yes, he does. Does indeed. Yeah, Supreme Kale's damage is not bad. Posted a video in the Doom Tower help section on Discord for Morrigan not stealing the veil. I'll have a look at it after. See what's going on. Do I regret not having my own channel? Not really. I can go make my own channel if I want to. I was entertaining the idea of doing it for non-raid specific stuff, like maybe playing some Diablo from time to time. I try not to put too much non-raid stuff on the channel, because obviously people come to the channel for raid, right? I'll do it from time to time, but I try not to make a big habit of it. So, I don't really regret it. I think it's fine. How hard would it be to link sets in Optimizer, speed and divine speed, blood drink and lifesteal? Actually very hard, Augustine. The Optimizer is coded in a way that it goes, I need this set. It's not really coded with, I need this or this set, right? Just to add an or is actually quite complicated. because of the way that it's coded, in a sense that it goes, find me all the compatible builds that include this set. It's not as easy just to add another condition in there, because essentially it's a reductive process. It excludes builds that don't match the criteria, but it has to analyze those builds first. So if I was to require even further amounts of sets, then it doubles up a lot. So that's my understanding anyway. It's not as simple as it sounds, which is why we haven't done it yet, because it's not like it's a stupid suggestion. It totally makes sense that someone would want bolster or shield, or you'd want cruel, or what you'd want like divine speed or divine offense or something like that, right? It makes logical sense, like savage or lethal, but it's actually quite difficult. It would be a lot of effort for us to program it because of the way that we've coded it initially. So in the meantime, it's a case of run it once and then run it the other way and see which one works. I'm not going to make a Diablo only channel. Darth microtransaction is dominating that. You can take all of the joy for that. I also don't want to make other games another job. It's something me and Fix talk about a lot. Like, Fix has a habit of basically picking up a new game and then trying to make content around it, and then it becomes another job, which you lose a bit of the fun and enjoyment of. Because as much as I enjoy raiding everything, it's a job, you know? I do a lot of the stuff is a work list of me things to do. Like building content requires me to do it as a job. And sometimes that can be a bit frustrating and boring, because essentially you feel forced to do it when you maybe don't want to. So having other games that you can just play without needing to make content or assess it or analyze it is actually quite important in this industry. I mean, exactly. I mean, there is a reason why we probably don't have other members of the team on the channel now, because I think it would be a bit confusing if, say, Lockers all of a sudden did a random video, right, without any context to it. But we will be bringing back the podcast at some point. We just haven't had a chance to. And obviously that is content that me and Fix do together. So that is a reason why, like, this isn't exclusively my channel, but I am the predominant voice of the channel. We do know that. It would be weird if all of a sudden random people just started randomly uploading to the video. People will get confused. So at this point anyway. Saf is the foundation of HH Gaming technically, and Hellhades is the face. I wouldn't say I'm the only foundation. We have content writers, right? That's a big deal. Writing content is a big part of the technical aspect of the team. I may develop a lot of the tools, but someone's still got to put it on paper from time to time, right? Someone's still got to write strategies. We do have, like, YST is responsible for a lot of the champion guides now. He's doing a great job with some of the bios that come out, and also helping with the ratings with Hellhades. Hellhades still does a lot of the ratings. We are a team. It is not just me. There's a lot of people in the team that do a lot of important work. Right now, I've got, for example, Lockers is going through all of our YouTube libraries, trying to find all of the different videos that we've done on specific champion guides, so that we can update the videos on the website. That's not a 5-minute job. So, sure, I'm the most technically minded coder, but the team do an awful lot to bring all the different tools to you guys' community. So I never want it to be like I'm the only person that does anything like that. That's totally not true. I'm one part of an ever-moving cog, as they say. Yeah, we were doing regular podcasts. We just got so busy over the last 6 months. We brought one episode back, and then we've kind of drifted back out of it again. So we just need to get back into a routine. Me and Fix need to. We just had a lot going on, and to be honest, Raid did a lot of updates in a very short space of time. I'm only now just getting to the point where I've nearly caught up. We had hard mode dungeons, we had live arena, we had loads of different changes to the game in a very short space of time. So if you could get any Void Legendary for free, which Void Legendary would it be? Probably Yumiko. Yumiko by far is the most OP champion in the game. They fixed the blessing nerf of divine speed. I think so. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, it does. But at the same time, there's a lot of champions we wouldn't do a specific guide for. Like most of the uncommons we wouldn't. Most of the common champions we wouldn't. A lot of the rare champions we're not going to have specific guides for. We just wanted to go through and review it to make sure that we actually had the right videos on the right guides. If we had like, for example, I know I've got guides on like Skrunk, and I'm going to have a guide on Whisper. if they're more up to date, we should update the videos so that you guys are getting the most relevant information. So, and some of the videos are a bit old now. We've overridden them. We just haven't gone back and changed them. So it's not that we're cutting the old videos. We're looking to see if we've got a video that is a specific champion guide, because what happens a lot of the times is champions will get released. Hellhades will do a video going through them on the announcement, and then we'll use that video for that champion. And then if he happens to do a test server video of that champion, we'll update it. But then say like a few months pass and I've picked up a champion like, I don't know, Creedon, and I've done a guide, or maybe I pick up like Lockwine and I do a guide on him. We tend to sometimes not go back and put that video guide from our network now, because you've got to think there's 3 of us now. There's Hellhades, there's me, and there's YST, all doing video guides on champions. We want to make sure that if there is a champion specific guide, a video guide, then that is linked to the champion, so that there's context to the guide alongside all the other stuff that is in the guide. And we do have quite a big update coming to the guide in the very imminent future, which is going to like blow everyone's minds. I'm working on it at the moment, so yeah, Yumako's immense. Because the thing is, it's not about Yumako's A3. Yumako's A2 is what's most broken about Yumako. The fact that she can hex a target and she basically makes nearly all of the debuffs not apply to your team. She can reflect block revives. She can reflect bombs. She can reflect everything back. She makes Bommel so much easier. She makes Dragon 10 hard so much easier. Her A2 is the most broken part of her kit, not the A3. The A3 is really strong, but it's the A2 that makes her broken, in my opinion. It's why I like Yumako, because her A2 is just insane. Not to mention, she's immune when she gets started, right? She's got a veil, so it's very hard to lock her down. She's a very good champion. She reflects everything. The amount of times my Constantine hasn't blocked revive because she's reflected it is just brutal. I'm not sure she should, because having block revive as a debuff visible seems to break your champion. You can't cleanse it. You can't do anything. You can't even buff a block revive champion who's still alive. It's very strange. Now, I can tell you for a fact, Morrigan is coded that she has a percentage chance to remove buffs. Then, if the target is a boss, she will do 1 debuff. If the target is not a boss, she will do a different debuff. They are coded as 3 independent roles. Let me see if I can look at the video here a second. Where's the video? Where's the video? Have you posted a video of it? I'm sure Ruthless Pug said he did, right? Oh, HH Discord. You should join our Discord so I can find it easier. Nine Twins Blessings. Where is it? Okay, let's have a look. Is she fully booked? Is the Morrigan fully booked? There's no Doom Tower help channel on the HH Gaming Discord. You can just post it anyway. Is she fully booked, by the way? Yeah, fully booked, okay. I'm just checking his skills now. I'm just checking now. I'm going to see a passive skill. Maybe it's a hidden protection effect or something. It definitely doesn't say she can't do it. It's not attached at all. It's not protected. I'm going to chalk that up as a bug. I'm going to say it's a bug. Unless it's visual and she doesn't have it, I'm going to say it's a bug. Test it further. Right? Test it further. But I'm going to say that looks like a bug to me. Veil is not a shield. Veil is a buff. Yeah, so it's not protected. 100% it's not protected, so you should be able to steal it. The Morrigan is not attached, so the damage or the other effects are not conditional. It's not like if it's a boss, I don't steal it. It goes steal, then it does two other things dependent on whether it's a boss or not. So they're completely independent. So yeah, it should work. So I'd say it's a bug. There's no conditions. It could just be visual, but she should have the buff. If it's not there, it's not protected. No, it's coded not to be protected. It's just coded as place self buff. From what I can tell from the code. I would say it's a bug, honestly. It's likely bugged. Yeah, so just try testing it with different things. So what I would do, this is how I would normally test it. Try, like, yeah, so as Acrobat's doing there, test it with a champion that we know can 100% buff strip. But keep in mind, remove buff is different from steal buff. So we need to find someone like a Constantine or a... basically someone who can steal buffs regularly. Someone like a... who does it? Grow Hack or one of them does it? Steal is coded differently to remove. So maybe you can't remove the buff, but it's not coded that way. You can swap Riho out in this comp, I think, for Runekeeper Dazdurk. Runekeeper Dazdurk can be swapped out for this comp. It's a little bit awkward, but you can do it. Yeah, can Geo... So what we need to try is Acrobat. Can you try... Actually, I could probably try it on mine now. Let's end this run here. I've got one key left. Let's try it here. Ogre and Jailer can steal as well. We want to test stealing. Look at the damage of the rabbit there. Whew. So if I bring my team here, and we're just going to bring Morrigan instead, right? And we're also going to drop Whisper. And we're going to bring a Geomancer. Where is he? Where is he? He's here somewhere. Where is the dwarf? There he is. Let's try it. Hey, we like testing things here. Gotta kill this wave though, it's the problem. Alright, stop extra turning. Why do they put such tanky champions on waves? I'll never know. This is hard. This is 80 hard. Just test it on the highest difficulty. I'm really struggling with allergies these days. Sorry, guys. I don't know what it is with me at the moment. I'm really struggling with allergies. Let's just do that. Get rid of that. And, like, they put Drockles on this wave. And I kid you not, the amount of times I'm like, oh, the Drockle's going to get an extra turn. Let's do that to make sure. Drop his turn meter. Nice. Yeah. I don't really have that many problems with allergies, but lately when I get up, it's awful. It really is. Right, so let's test this here. Let's just boost. Have to wait a turn. It's fine. Nuke. Oh, right. Well. Weak affinity is a bit of an issue. Not going to lie. Hopefully we get a turn meter drop here. I forgot my Geomance is really tanky. Let's try Hellhades. It's too tanky. Hellhades instead. Squishier. I don't even know if Hellhades has enough accuracy though. I haven't unlocked the normal, so I have to do it on this difficulty. Like, I don't even think he's got enough accuracy. No. Let's go swat into an accuracy banner first. Bit weird. Okay, is that enough? Probably should be fine at that level. Now let's take you out. Let's bring in you. Right, let's try that again. Geo is too tanky. Yeah, the code of removing buffs and stealing buffs is different. It's totally different buffs. Let's get some more damage here. It's a bit why Polymorph didn't work with Fearsome Presence straight away, because it's coded differently. It's coded as an instant effect, not a debuff. It's why things like instant effects don't work with Sniper, because they're coded as a different ID to place debuff. So things like getting an extra turn is not increased by Sniper. Things like putting skills on cooldown is not increased by Sniper. Because they're coded differently. They are different effects. Well, let's just confirm first whether or not it can be stolen. Because Martial Ed is a 100% chance, right? So we know for a fact the Martial Ed will work if it does, because he's a 100% chance. We eventually get there. Make sure that Drockle doesn't get a turn. Thank God. I thought he was going to put block damage up then. Okay, so attempt number 401. This should work better this time. Nuke. Put decreased speed on. Drop turn meter. Drop turn meter. Okay. So we know this isn't going to work a second, so let's just slow it down. So can we steal? Answer. No. Stealing did not work. So let's try buff removal. Who can remove a buff? Uko. I guess. Okay. Geo works. Well, Marsh Lead doesn't. Well, that buff strip didn't work because he didn't steal it. Geomancer, no, it didn't say resist. Geo steals, doesn't he? Or does Geo remove? Geo removes, right? It's a steal with HP burn. Yeah, so I think it must be coded as removal only. Let's just get rid of this. Let's just get here. Let's have a look now. I'm bringing in the king of wave clear, Vladimir. Should help speed this up, otherwise we're here forever. Okay. So, boost. Let's see if it removes. Yes. Right, so you can't steal it, but you can remove it. Go on to this. Okay. So I guess Perfect Veil... Oh, cool, because Perfect Veil can't be stolen, can it? Because that's the niche thing with Perfect Veil. Because it's a perfect veil, not a normal veil. I think, right? Does the actual veil buff itself mean it can't be stolen? That's what I'm thinking. I'm pretty sure Perfect Veil... Let's see. Let's see, the buff has 2 tiers. Veil. The champion under either of these buffs cannot be chosen as a target by the enemy. Note, if all remaining enemies in your team is effect, the enemy can no longer be restricted in choosing a target. 1, the effect is removed if a champion uses active damage skills. No, it's not. 2 is not removed after a damage. Yeah, so apparently Perfect Veil and Veil can't be stolen. No, Poison Cloud is coded as a different effect. Yes, you can't steal Veil. The effect is removed if a champion uses active damage skills. What? That's not true, right? What does it mean by that? So it means if the champion under Veil uses damage and abilities, it loses Veil. I didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah, I know that, but I don't really understand what it means by if a champion uses active damaging skills. Are you saying a champion under normal Veil, when uses an active damage skill, loses the buff? Wow, I didn't even know that was a thing. I'll be honest, I didn't even know that was a thing. Oh well, you learn something new. Not broken, not bugged. You can't steal Veil. Kind of makes sense. Well, no, because we were basically trying to work out why Morrigan does not remove the Veil buff. Because, of course, Morrigan steals buffs. So... Well, no, because Duchess is a Veil. It's perfect Veil. Duchess is perfect Veil. You'd need someone with normal Veil, and that's probably like a rare champion. But yeah, I need to check the description on the website. I don't even know what it's coded as. Let's find out. I'll find out now what it says. Duchess revive his Veil. Well, I have to let someone die. That's going to be quite hard. Yeah, but the problem is Duchess revive is only one turn either, so that doesn't really matter, right? So one turn Veil. Doesn't really matter because the Veil's going to fall off. I'm pretty sure Yumiko perfect Veil. I don't think there's that many champion that does normal Veil. She does perfect Veil. Most things want, like, it's probably going to be like a rare champion or something that does normal Veil. I didn't even know that, Ruthless, so it's fine. Veil champions if it cannot be targeted by single target until that's reduces them. Cleanse your team, the Veil can be. If an enemy has an ability that can cleanse your team, the Veil can be a great way. Well, it's true. We got the wrong terminology. Cleanse your team and should be remove buffs. I mean, it's correct. I don't think anything on the site is incorrect. So, learn something new every day. Well, it just basically means you can't remove, you can't steal buffs. You can't steal Veil. So any champion, like, so for example, Kantra, she can't take the Veil away. Someone like Ceres will work because you're removing. That's why I said stealing a buff is coded completely different to removing a buff. This is why something like Polymorph is a nightmare. Because essentially, it has 3 opportunities to roll. Because it works on all 3 types. So someone like a Romantu, every individual buff that he removes is 1 individual roll of Polymorph. Then when he places his debuff is another individual roll of Polymorph. It stacks continuously. To some extent, this should just be 1 roll. Yeah, I probably will update that, yeah. Let me just... I'm going to update the language slightly. You are correct. I'm going to update the language a little bit. Because I don't really think cleanse your team is the right language either. So... just going to update it now. The Veil of Perfect Veil can be a jump is hit by Veil less damage. Veil damage is an enemy has the ability that can remove debuffs from your team. Veil. There you go. I've updated the language a little bit. Just to clarify our new discoveries. I didn't even know about that. The things you learn, right? Would she strip off? Yeah, because I think she removes buff, doesn't she? Seer removes buffs, right? Removes all buffs from all enemies, then consumes it. So she's not stealing the buff. That's important language. Stealing buffs is different from removing buffs, which is different from placing debuffs, and which is different from placing buffs. And instant effects, such as putting a skill on cooldown, is again different from placing debuffs, stealing buffs. They're an instant effect. Is that like 85%? It's a 100% chance to put on. Is this now better than what's his face? Basher? I know it's not Void, but 100% chance to put increasing the cooldown of all enemy skills by 2 turns on a 3-turn cooldown. It's kind of good. I like Mylika. I think she's really good. Is it the same as Basher? Okay, so it's not better then. Basher's better. I don't really think 2 turns is enough, though. Not in the current meta. Yeah, it's the same. With a lot less bucks. So... yeah, Seer will because she steals a buff. She removes a buff. I don't really prioritize actually on my Seer. But then I don't need to steal buffs, right? My Seer is God tier. I haven't really looked if I can upgrade her anytime soon. I will soon. See if I can upgrade her. Pretty much crazy in Clan Boss. But there you go, guys. I'm going to leave it there for the night. I'm pretty tired after that Hydra run. It is Clan versus Clan tomorrow. Make sure you buy your tokens. Make sure you prep up. It is personal rewards, so you can chill out a little bit. Fusion starts on Thursday. I'm expecting some news about a patch, probably from Plarium this week. I would have thought, because I'd imagine there'll be something going with the patch. But it could be quite a quiet patch as well. We don't really know. I know for a fact that the polymorph change is happening next patch, not the current one. Sylvan Watches is happening next patch, not the one that's coming this week. So we've got nothing like that happening. I don't know whether the Great Hall Arena Medal thing is going to happen. Who knows? Tomorrow, I have a video going out on a very cool Clan Boss team. A bit of an alteration to my current team, using an epic you wouldn't even believe. And I also have an important video coming out tomorrow about Soul Stones. I wasn't going to do it. I've decided I'm going to do it. So keep an eye out for those videos. It's going to be important that you watch it and read it. Yeah. So have a nice evening, guys. And I will catch you back here Thursday. Ciao.